Hello, and welcome. That ominous pause was not on purpose, because I immediately realized I'd forgotten something, but that's fine. Hello, welcome. That's not Final Fantasy XIV at all. I forgot something else, it turns out. And I also almost forgot that. Hello, and welcome for the third or fourth time. I also forgot how many times I said that already. It's Final Fantasy XIV. We have a list of tasks today, which I don't know if I'll get through all of, but I'll do my best. Oh, the chat is poking out slightly. There we go. But yeah. Many things are going to happen, and some things might need to be explained. For example, right now I'm a white mage at level 87. It's been a bit since the last stream, so I've been doing a fair number of things. I might have not been 90 Sage at the last stream. I forget. Astrologian was a couple levels lower. White Mage was definitely lower. And also, relevantly to the, you know, some of the tasks today, Botany and Carpentry are above 80. Also, hey, Carpentry is in purple because I have specialized in it, I think. That's fun. I didn't know there was an indicator of that in this menu. But yeah. I've been enjoying leveling up White Mage and stuff. However, I don't think I can play it long term because I've detected a problem. Which is a silly problem, potentially. But it's that when you use Holy and Glare, you spin around every time. And I started to wonder if Sucro got dizzy doing this, and then like observing it, I started to feel dizzy. Or at least a little lightheaded or something. So, like, I want to level this to 90 since it's at 87. But I don't think I can play it long term if it's going to actually maybe make me dizzy, which is weird. Seems weird to me anyway. Maybe it makes sense. But yeah, hello. As mentioned in the announcements, and also alluded to in the title, though not in exact order, the current plan is either current quests here in Elpis, then we unlock the loporrit tribal quests, then we do an optional dungeon that's required for the omicron quests, then we get the ether currents in ultima thule, and then we unlock the omicron quests. Hey, is the captions not working? Captions? Captions? It's not. Hold on. I just noticed they weren't moving. Hello? There you are. There you are. Captions? Captions. You worked for 1 second. This is a new captions thing that I wasn't using before. It worked for literally 1 second. Refresh. Hello, I am testing the captions. Are they still working now that there was a pause? Do they work when I don't know what made them stop working? They seem to be okay now. How odd. Well, if they stop working at some other point, I guess let me know. Maybe I'll notice, otherwise I don't know. So yeah. I guess that means the first thing we do is the tour. Oh wait, no, they stopped working. Maybe the captions just have to not exist today. I don't understand why that would be. Settings. Hello. Hey. I can make them work again temporarily, but if they're just gonna keep shutting off, then what's even the point? Right? Hey. Well, I don't know. Nope, there they go again. Does it not like not being in focus? Does the window have to be in focus? It is not the main window right now, but it is still working. However, eventually it stops working. Maybe. Maybe if I restructure... Well, now I can't, like, see things. No, I can't change the size of this window. That's illegal. Because I need... Ah! Wait, why is it not the right size now? There. So that's not allowed to do. And if I have... I need 3 monitors to have this stay as an active window. Which I don't have because I have 2 monitors. Hey, this is annoying. Because I want to be able to see the entire stream preview and the stream chat. If I also need to have this active and like in the right place so that I can move it off the screen so I don't see it even though it's the active window. But also I need Final Fantasy XIV to be the active window so I can play the video game. Also, the captions are like way behind now. You know... Wait. This is... They're just gonna not exist today. Sorry.
Ghost, what have you done?
It could be ghosts. I guess we could blame ghosts. The captions are like... They seem like an important accessibility thing to have, but if they're just not gonna work, then I can't use them because they're gonna be worse than if they didn't exist. Does that make sense? Now the bottom of the screen looks barren. Ah. What does this text say? Oh, okay. That's my, That was when I was streaming Calamity. Hold on. Ugh. This is a bit much to put down here, though. I could put a note that they're not working down there, but something about that also bothers me. I didn't realize the captions were something I'd have to test before. I'll just leave it there. Anyway, Socles. Touring Ananorisis, Part 1. Welcome, friend, to Ananorisis. I am Socles, and I manage this region under the authority of Chief Hermes, the head overseer of Elpis. You're... how unusual, a soul-bearing familiar. Familiar must have a mission, and yet you offer no message and carry no cargo. Are you perhaps here for the purposes of observation? Yes, that must be it. In which case, you need only mention my name to Charmion, and she will gladly give you a tour of our domain. Soak it all in. Unicorn. I forgot there was a unicorn here. Yes? What can I do for you? I need to go on a tour. Sucro, is it? An overseer Socles, which is me to act as your guide? Oh, no, I didn't mean it like that. I would be more than happy to show you around. I'm simply wondering why the overseer chose to send you to me, of all people. I haven't been here long myself, truth be told. Till quite recently, I was wholly engaged in a prolonged research project at the Academia Uniter. Cool, my throat also immediately hurts from speaking. Anyway, surely there are other more experienced individuals who could provide a more comprehensive... this grumbling is hardly constructive now, is it? The task was given to me, and I will attempt to cover the most salient features of our facilities to the best of my abilities. After all, it is not every day that one is asked to indulge the curiosity of such a rare and fascinating visitor. We can commence the tour this very moment, if you like. Then let us begin. You know, rather than have me lecture you as we walk along, I think observing firsthand what we do here in Ananorisis would prove more beneficial. I will point you in the right direction, and you can question my colleagues to your heart's content. Once we've completed a circuit, we can return and speak to Overseer Socles. They really like the NPC is now following you mechanic that they invented for Endwalker. It's everywhere. I mean, it works. It makes sense. There's also a tiny hedgehog here. And a platypus. And a butterfly effect. I've seen these before, but I forgot about them. Wait, you're a... No, you're... Charmion! Oh, and who's your friend? I'm a cat. Asim's familiar. Why, you appear so astute and deliberate in your thinking. I should very much like to make an extended study of her composition and consciousness. Do forgive my forwardness. It is my duty to chart the behavior of familiars, and I find it ever so diverting. Arcane servants are rarely permitted to roam the world at will, you see, but our research here is given special dispensation. Once the subjects are properly registered as concepts, of course. There are times when familiars are tasked with tending cattle, or must otherwise coexist with other living beings. Such projects are brought to me, and I am responsible for observing and evaluating their potential compatibilities. Oh, but of course, if Asim might grant us permission, then you could abide here for a few years while I analyze... And on that note, we really must be moving along. Step lively, Sucro. Not sure who to speak with? Don't be shy. Any one of my colleagues will happily answer your questions. Huh? Still here? Has my request for full compositional analysis been granted? No. Sucro's composition is 100% cat. Possibly more than 100%. What do we have here? A familiar of some kind, judging by your ethereal structure? Nod. Yes, I am accompanying Sucro here on a tour around Ananorisis at the behest of the Overseer. A tour? Feel free to wander as you please, of course, but I advise keeping your distance from the larger creatures. The fauna I have under observation occupy the top tier of the food chain, and do not take kindly to intruders in their territory. especially the specimens found on the other islands. They can be exceedingly hostile. While I'm sure you're quite capable of defending yourself, no one appreciates a surprise tusk through the abdomen, eh? Thank you for the warning. We will proceed with due caution. Hello, Charmian. Was there something? The Overseer asked that I give this familiar a tour of the grounds, and I thought the best way to do that was to show her what we do here firsthand. I see. Well, as my work is rather difficult to demonstrate, I hope a brief explanation will suffice. Our creations are many and varied, but I mainly preside over the plant life. When it comes to watching certain grasses grow, one must be prepared to observe over the course of several years, and in the case of trees, sometimes decades. Tedious, perhaps, but necessary, or yet necessary. Plants are capable of altering an entire habitat, and their presence as a food source has an enormous influence on the local wildlife. Was that the sort of thing you wished to know? Yes, that was perfect, thank you. I think we've covered the main areas of interest. All that's left now is to speak with Overseer Socles. Someone whose job is literally to watch the grass grow. I suppose when you have all the time in the world, or you think you have all the time in the world, there's nothing wrong with that one. So whose job is to literally watch paint dry and observe that? Somebody, probably. Somewhere. Ah, I see you've completed your tour. Almost. We spoke with those in charge of the various facets of Ananorisis, but I thought it would be fitting to end this visit where it began, with you, Overseer Socles. Nod. I see. And what is your impression of the work we do here? It attracts some interesting people, or it requires equal levels of passion and patience. You gotta be patient and passionate. I'm glad we could help further your worldly education. And I'm glad to see you enjoyed the experience. At least I hope you did. You are truly a masterpiece of creation. Only a soul-bearing familiar could demonstrate such robust cognitive and cogitative facilities. Or faculties. Were you perhaps designed to inspire others? I feel something special has been woven into your aura. Shrug. You have an intriguing presence, to say the least. Please stay a while and share more of your thoughts with us. Yes, I second this invitation. In all the long years I've resided here, never have I encountered such a unique entity, and one of Azim's, no less. Nod. Sucro's shrug in response to that question was pretty funny. I'm going to continue this questline. Sucro, how is our fascinating familiar friend? What is it about you that ignites my observer's soul? Well, now that we've been properly introduced, perhaps you can tell us more. Yes, I'd very much like to know how you see the world, how everything large or small appears to your eyes. Assuming you're amenable to the idea, you must join Charmian on another tour, this time to take a wider look at the surrounding facilities. I'm interested in learning about you as well. I see. Then we shall delight in teaching each other. But where to begin? Which facility do you suggest, Overseer? Oh, any place you feel will best elicit a response from our guest. Right, yes, of course. Well then, Sucro, come with me and we'll visit the arcane entities on the south side of Ananorisis. Go, observe, learn. Oh yeah. That is a feature, you can use your own emotes. And you have those now. At least some of them. Right, I don't have mount speed in here. I'm glad you are hype about the cat. That is Sucre. Funny bird. Funny bird I did not really observe closely. We've yet to register an official name for this specimen, so we simply call it the bird of Elpis. What is your first thought upon beholding this majestic creature? That I want to ride it into the sky, that I want to fight it, that I've seen it somewhere before. I want to fight it is funny. My brain briefly did a double take because this plant in the background looks like a Guild Wars monster. The jacaranda. Hello and welcome. I think that's a plant in the background, but it looks like a jacaranda Guild Wars, which is a very specific thing. I want to ride it into the sky. Fascinating. Imagine a familiar which supplements its deficiencies by taking a mount with the desired capability. In this case, flight. In any case, I'm eager to hear more of your responses. You truly are unlike any construct I've ever met, familiar or otherwise. Let's continue southward, shall we? I'd like to hear your opinion on this next facility. Hello and welcome to everyone. I need to look closely at this plant that is not a snake from Guild Wars, now that I've noticed it. That's certainly a plant. Hold on. Wait, no, it's not the jacaranda, it's the other thing. Shoot. The jacaranda is a different kind of plant, or like an actual plant. The thing I'm thinking of is our different ranger pet from the same location. The iboga, that's what it is. It only sort of looks like an iboga, actually. The Guild Wars 1 iboga looked... Yeah, the Guild Wars 1 iboga looked more like this. Also more horrifying, actually, now that I'm looking at it closely. Wow, not a web P. Incredible. Hold on, I have to show you a terrible creature. Briefly. Ugh. Perhaps you can see the resemblance. I did a double take because I thought this was one of these. Anyway. Yeah. It's probably a good thing that that random plant doesn't have teeth. Probably. There's definitely someone in Elpis who's like, I think plants should have teeth. It'd be great. It would be fascinating to see what happened if plant had teeth. And then somehow that got approved eventually. And everyone's like, God dang it, Jerry. The one person named with a name like Jerry in Elpis. the teeth plant guy, Jerry. There's a side quest about the creation of marbles. God dang it, Jerry! That structure over yonder houses some of our more unorthodox researchers like Jerry. Rather than weave creation magics, they breed existing specimens in the hopes of begetting new strains and species. Jerry the Asian. Yep. The method is imprecise. The outcome uncertain. To my eyes, such research seems awfully self-indulgent, merely a means to sate the whims of one's intellectual curiosity. Our purpose in life is to improve Aetherius. In my opinion, we should steer clear of techniques which produced flawed results. Sorry. Let me double check what you just said. Yeah, okay. You have no use for flawed creations? What if the process created something unexpectedly incredible, beyond what you could imagine? Or your perspective is strange to me. Well, what if it made something really interesting? That you didn't even think of? That you didn't even think of? A serendipitous discovery? I suppose it is possible. Thank you. I thought to broaden your horizons, and here I am realizing how narrow my own views can be. Hardly a desirable quality in an observer. Time for a spot of rest and reflection, I say. Shall we move on to the morning dew? It's favored by many an observer for its calming tranquility. Nod. And that's over there. I would also like to know why they made marbles. I would also like to know why the ultimate reward for doing a whole bunch of challenging stuff as a blue mage is a marble mount. I guess because Bad Breath is like an iconic blue magic spell or something. So there is like a connection there, but also why would you want that much? Why would you want a marble mount so much that you did every savage content as a blue mage with no echo, synced with other blue mages only? I mean, that sounds like it could be fun and interesting to do, but not for that reward. And by that I mean, like, the reward would not be the reason I would consider doing that, because I don't want to drive a marble around particularly. See how the aether of Leth returns to the stars it rains down from above, not as wasted. Lethe, perhaps. That's water. I guess water is ether. Welcome to our Garden of Respite. We can explore more of it later, but first, I want to hear more of what you think of people, of us. I've often sat here musing upon the nature of our creations and wondered how a familiar might perceive its creator. You are as deities. We are not so different, or I don't understand you at all. Well, my actual thought about the ancients is that we're not really that different. So, we're not really that different, actually. Huh, perhaps that's true. You do seem far closer to us in nature than most other familiars. Well, let's set aside such musings for a moment and bask in the morning dew's serenity. Are you well rested, Sucro? One cannot perform at one's best without allowing the mind and the body time to recuperate. Here on Ananorisis, we often encourage one another to nap or partake of some of the fruits we grow. We could conjure such treats into existence, of course, but there's something oddly gratifying about plucking ripened fruit fresh from the tree. Oh, how remiss of me. How exactly do you sustain yourself? Is Azam supplying you with ether? Shake head. No, but you'll fade away without the proper nourishment. The tour can wait. We must feed you immediately. Would you mind picking some of the white blooms to the west of here and bringing them to Overseer Sokles? Archistratus flowers, we call them. I'll have everything else ready by the time you arrive. This is your reminder, courtesy of the ancients, that food is in fact mandatory for your continued existence, whether you like it or not. As is a proper rest if you can manage it. And water. Also, don't forget to take your medication if you have any and you can. This has been Sucro's PSA. Here's a flower, though. Here's another flower. Hooray. Does the Bird of Elpis model show up elsewhere with like a different name? Well, it shows up in combat right now. So as I was saying earlier, I've been liking White Mage, but also once I started thinking about if the spinning that you do every time you cast your basic attack makes you dizzy, and started like looking at it and started getting dizzy from it myself somehow, I don't think I can like actually play as White Mage for a prolonged amount of time, but I would like to get it to level 90. Since I'm at 87. I don't know how much sense it makes for me to actually get dizzy watching Sucro spam Holy or Glare. It's sort of like a slight lightheadedness was what it felt like the couple times it happened. Archistratus flowers are an edible bloom, you see. Hand them over to Overseer Sokles and he'll mix them with the fruits I gathered to make a delicious juice. Sucro, get juice box? Charmion explained to me the crisis at hand. Have you brought the flowers? Okay, I'm glad it makes sense. Yes, these are the ones we need. I'll add them to the fruits from Charmion's basket, and we'll soon have an ether-replenishing beverage for you to enjoy. 'Tis the work of but a moment. Sound of juice. Juice.wave. And here we are, freshly squeezed Anagnoris juice medley. Go on then, drink up. I'm curious to hear what you think of it. Made from elpis-grown fruit and flowers, the aroma of this ether-rich concoction promises a uniquely complex flavor. You drink the juice, noting the complexities of the floral and fruity flavors, and doing the joy emote. Oh, good. It seems you're able to tolerate liquid sustenance. You didn't appear to be suffering from any loss of material form, but a familiar must have a regular infusion of ethereal energy. And now that we know you won't suddenly vanish, will you please reassure Charmian? She still looks terribly concerned. Like Archon Loaf? I guess so. You'd be so kind as to put Charmian's fears at rest? I'm so glad you were able to replenish your stores of ether. Overseer Sokles certainly is a wonder when it comes to food preparation. Still, I firmly believe that the consumption of food should be limited to restoring one's strength. Any reason beyond that is simply wasteful. Eating for enjoyment alone is an unnecessary drain on living resources, and such a practice can only be harmful to our star's equilibrium. It really is like Archon Loaf. This is unsundered Archon Loaf. There's a version of Archon Loaf on every reflection. Sometimes it's like a smoothie. Sometimes it's Archon Loaf. But this is the unsundered Archon Loaf juice, which is a very weird set of words. Which is why I have so much respect for Overseer Soklas and his culinary talent. He employs ingredients and methods which not only optimize a dish's ethereal concentration, but also produce flavorful results. Save your compliments, Charmion. I won't be flattered into making another batch until it's time for our next meal. Well, of course not, and I would never dream of attempting such base manipulation to begin with. Charmion is thinking about the delicious juice, even if she won't admit it, I guess. The exchange of knowledge is quite mutual, I assure you. Oh yeah, I was gonna bring that up. You might notice that today's agenda includes unlocking the loporrit and omicron quests. And you might say, but Robin, I thought you didn't like crafting or gathering and those were lower. Surprise, 82 and 81. And also, so I figured out that they're not that bad, and I kind of like them. But also, related to recommending a specific branch of crafting quests, the Shadowbringer's facet quest that carpenters can do is actually really good. I wish I could show it with New Game Plus, but I cannot. I can attempt a brief summary of it. Perhaps. I've started the, you have to do the entire facet storyline for that. That's not gonna happen for a while if I do that at all, because I only have one crafting class. So let me try to I wrote some summaries of this to people I was talking to it about, so allow me to tell you how the facet quest for Carpenter does. Or goes. So the Carpenter facet, or the facet that I think it's Carpenter, Weaver, and Leatherworker work for the facet that has the task of restoring old items that have value to people. And the person who's in charge of this is a Vice named Theuna. And there is a person who is her brother, basically. Like, she and this guy were both orphans adopted by the same guy, Master Herrig. And they've grown distant. And he believes that her work is a waste of time and resources because of the shortages going on the first. Restoring old items seems a lot less worthwhile than just making new ones that are vital supplies that give people things like food and shelter that they need. So he thinks that what she does is useless garbage, basically. And well, that's not very nice of him, of course. So in the course of working with Theuna, you help to restore some valuable items, or like items with sentimental value for some people. Like you work on like a painting that was damaged. You work on like old Amaro barding that had some significance to one of the Zun. There's one other thing. I will never remember everything on the list. And over the course of this, you realize that the brother, Owell, I think his name is... Yeah, Owell. Owell. He is partly upset about Theona's, like, restoration because their adoptive father and teacher, Master Herrig, went missing after he went to try and find materials to repair a special lute that they had. And he used to play this lute to people in order to like cheer them up. And it may have even had some sort of magical properties that lifted people's spirits. And like Theona and Owell were also taught somewhat how to play this lute. And they liked the lute and all that. But the lute got broken, and Master Herrig had to go try and get materials to fix it, and then he went missing, presumably killed by a Sin Eater. So this made Owell hate the idea of restoring items even more. So Theona decides to try and repair the lute. So you help her do that. And in the course of doing this, you learn a little bit more about all of that. And also, like, the lute doesn't sound quite right when you first repair it. So you find the materials that Master Herrig gathered, I think, basically. Or, like, materials Master Herrig had been saving or something, and then repair it so that it sounds correct. There's also a part where you like build a sign for the place to try and make it look more respectable. I can actually, you know, I'll be back here. I'm just gonna spend $1 billion of teleport fees for a second to demonstrate this better. Wait, only 300? That's weird. Is Elpis considered near to the Crystarium because it's in a different world, in a sense? Ah, everybody crafting. But yeah, here's Theona over here. This is a sign that you actually make in the course of this questline. It's just a permanent addition to the world. Oh yeah, that's true. I didn't think about that. And she just comments about how the sign is cool. So yeah, Sucro made this. So that's neat. But also there's this funny Allegan node. All data pertaining to Sucro Funk has been encrypted under the Protect protocol. But yeah, there's this Allegan node that is also part of this whole thing. But yeah, so you do all this, you repair the lute, and you, she goes to show the lute to Owell. And what he says is, it's fine work. There's not the slightest warp. The ornamentation is immaculate. You've done well to restore this thing, but so what? Will it feed the people, shield them from the cold? I didn't think so. There's nothing else. I'm returning to work. And then he starts to leave. And then, and here's the coolest part, she starts to play the lute. Let me open this video that you can't see. You can hear the audio. That's the important part. Unique song. People gather around and are like, wow, I thought I heard a nostalgic sound. What should it turn out to be but Master Herrig's lute? When my brother and I lost our parents, the music comforted us, lifted us up from the depths of sorrow. After a hard day's work, there was nothing better than listening to these soothing notes while trading tales with my kin. It helped us to face another day with a smile. The people are showing up here and like talking about the stuff you helped. These are the people that you helped repair stuff. I remember the day I met my husband in this tavern. It was Herrig's music that drew us here, that we might never have known each other otherwise, and had our beautiful daughter. So these are the people you helped repair items, gathering around to talk about what this lute means to them. And the other thing is, that is from Final Fantasy III. And I just think that's really cool, and it made me cry for some reason. But it's actually Noah's lute. Like, that whole questline somehow really got me in the feelings. But yeah. And then, the Allagan node pipes up to be like, yes, the Archmagus Noah imbued this lute with a prayer of hope. So it's actually literally Noah's lute in the context of 14 as well. Which is a really cool touch. And Owell then says that he's part of why he hated everything so much is that he blamed himself because he dropped the lute, which is why Master Herrig had to go repair it. And eventually he realizes, quote, "You've opened my eyes. Master's work was important. I understand now. Though we might have food to fill our bellies and a roof over our heads, what's it all worth if we don't have hope for the morrow?" For whatever reason, that questline like really got to me and made me cry. Positive. So I think part of that is because it hits on like some themes that I think about often, of like something dismissed as non-essential or not following like what is expected of them, but actually it does help and it is good, even if you can only like, even if you're doing something that isn't perceived as like super important or whatever, or like vital to existence, like providing people with food and shelter or whatever, even if what you're doing is to lift the spirits of a few people, it's still got value. And I guess that hits home for me because like I'm a small streamer as like the thing that I do, and like I've helped people some, and this is like, there's not a whole lot else that I can do for various reasons. So yeah, I got it. It hit me on a personal level, I guess. I do what I can. Thank you for saying that. I hope that was an adequate summary of all of that as well. Now, where the heck are the people I was supposed to be talking to? I think that was an okay summary. I've lost track of the NPCs because I had to go explain that. There they are. Familiar fate. I might look into something like that at some point. Sucro, I feel we've grown to understand each other. Hello and welcome. But there's one last thing I wish to know. As you've seen, our purpose is to improve life on this star, and we each have our own way of approaching that purpose. Familiars, too, exist for a reason, often a very specific one, and I wonder what you feel about your place in the grand scheme of things. Charmion, perhaps you can provide our friend here with an example of what you mean. Such a nebulous question requires a more recognizable foundation from which to answer. Yes, you're right, of course. We must not skip the journey in our haste to reach the destination. Where to begin? Broadly speaking, we study the wisdom and magics of our forebears and choose our path as our interests and talents begin to crystallize. Even among the observers of Ananorisis, however, Overseer Sokles and I share a similar calling. Again, it may be more beneficial to simply show you what I mean. Please accompany me to the archives in the northwest. Nod. Never a dull moment with Charmion, is there? Still, her boundless enthusiasm is what makes her such a fine observer. Does this particular form of funny horse exist as a mount that you can get? I don't think it does, but kind of surprising that it wouldn't. Because it's so horse-shaped. Then again, there is no extremely normal horse mount, to my knowledge. There's a horse of every element. Including light and arguably including darkness, but there's not like an extremely normal horse. This is where we keep all the administrative records. Oh wait, there is an extremely normal horse? Any of these documents will help give you an idea of what we consider to be our defining purpose. Feel free to browse. I shall just be awaiting you outside. Sucro, read a book. Yeah, reading a book. These books appear to contain detailed observation logs. The name Sokles is written on each of the spines. Stack of half-finished observation logs. Judging by the penmanship, the author is someone other than Sokles. You pick up the log and flip to a random page. Today, there was an incident involving the hippocampus. The creature is extremely territorial, and 4 observers sustained light to severe injuries from water-based magics as a result of their perceived intrusion into its domain. A report has been sent to the Words of La Habrea outlining the dangers inherent in continued observation of their nominated subject, and the intent to shift our focus to the smaller and considerably less aggressive hippe. Danger horse. Maybe. I don't know why I assumed horse. Ah, Sucro, did you find the observation logs enlightening? Nod. Overseer Sokles has built up quite a library, hasn't he? He's logged comprehensive observations on every living being in Ananorisis. Not only objective physical descriptions, but also his personal thoughts and impressions. Oh, okay. And that's why I'm here, to carry on the Overseer's invaluable work. Gasp. When it comes to the continued success of Ananorisis, our purposes are very much aligned. I cannot help but worry, however, that I lack the same degree of perception and ability, that I'm unfit for the task I've chosen. Even being in the same room as those logs is enough to make me feel uncomfortable. Ah, imposter syndrome. I know this one. My insistence that you examine your purpose was, I think, born from the trepidation which surrounds my own. An uncertainty you need not feel. Overseer Soklas. As one of our newest arrivals, you've ever been quick to doubt yourself. Yet you were able to guide Sucro here on an engaging tour through the intricacies of our duties, which clearly demonstrates the depths of your understanding. All I wanted was someone to emulate my work, why I'd simply continue doing it myself. No, the reason I asked you to assume my role was because I believe you can take our projects in new and novel directions. Raising you as a competent successor is the final step of my purpose in life. Do me proud, Charmion. It is your growth, your efforts, which will facilitate my return to the star. Gasp. I will do my best, Overseer. But don't be in too much of a rush to leave us. There are still so many things I need you to teach me. And speaking of teaching, thank you, Sucro, for this wonderful and enriching visit. It's been a pleasure learning about you, not to mention a few things about myself. Yes, you also have my gratitude for the part you've played in training my young colleague. You're welcome to return whenever you wish. Nod. Nod. What, Lubu is in this game? I'm just imagining a Lalafell named Lubu Lububu now. Or something like that. That would be a female Lalafell name, I think. Lubu Bubu would be a male Lalafell name. That's a really good Lalafell name. It is I, Lulu, Lubu Lulu, or Lubu Bubu. The Crimson Dragoon. Not the Azure one, that one was already taken. Please do not pursue me. Anyway, what other sorts of ether current type quests do we have about here? An expected guest. Myra appears to be mildly perturbed. Oh yeah, there's absolutely ways to cosplay Lubu, I'm pretty sure. Well, this is a pickle. Whatever might it... please tell me you're here to deliver a message from Cleon. You are a familiar, yes? Well, I don't know who that is. Azim's familiar. Oh, and I do like the name Sucro. But if you belong to Azim, then what has become of our visitor from Amarot? He was meant to arrive some time ago. Yeah, those are good examples for sure. Oh. I didn't remember that there were warhorses from PvP. Our wildlife subjects are accustomed to the presence of long-term observers, but when someone from outside of Elpis comes to visit, the reactions can be somewhat unpredictable, and occasionally violent. Would you be so kind as to track down Cleon and see that no harm has befallen him? Visitors don't wear masks, so he should be easy to spot. If you do happen to find him in the process of being mauled, you have my permission to terminate the offending subject. Safety first.
Hoof to neigh, Erzia knows not the horse for one reason, the horsebird. Quote from Uma Bugyo.
True. Wait, what? Cactor? Gasp! A creature bearing an uncanny resemblance to a cactar appears to be in fine spirits. This is a random side quest about somebody desperately trying to name a cactar. I bet that's funny. I bet that's a good side quest that has nothing to do with... You know what? Hey. My attention has been diverted. A name, I need a name for it. One which will stand the test of time as it passes through generation after generation. When you break it down, what's in a name, really? Oh, hello, I didn't see you there. You're familiar, I take it. Very good. But whose, I wonder? Well, that's not important right now. You've ears enough to listen to my plight. I'm tasked with a job of great import, nomenclature. Currently, I find myself facing down a sort of creative blockage in regards to this fellow's name. This is a creature which has not only survived the vicious wilds of the Hungering Gardens, but has thrived in them thanks to its ossified spines. Thus, it deserves a name befitting its rugged tenacity. Despite its singularly unique physical properties, its creator never bothered to refer to it as anything besides its designation, Euros 310. I cannot abide so uninspired a name for a creation as remarkable as this. But therein lies the rub. For all its captivating qualities, I've yet to hit upon a captivating name. I was just on my way to take a turn about the grounds to stimulate the creative juices, so to speak, but seeing you, I realized 2 heads may be better than one. So what do you say? Would you care to join me in my walk? Sure. Excellent. You, my quick-witted familiar friend, will be a boon indeed to my imagination. Let's say we take a quiet moment to cogitate beneath that large tree to the south of here. Rarely will I get distracted by a side quest, but a guy staring at a cactuar, not knowing how to name it, seems funny. We'll see, the only difference between a pre-sundering and post-sundering cactuar is the number of needles in their special attack. Oh, hey, Cleon. Wait. I thought I meant to try and... Hold on, Cleon. Sorry. Behold the special attack 140,000 needles. It's an oddly specific number. Nope. Or maybe I have no choice. Nope. Okay. Leaving. Is not the sun-dappled forest floor a stunning sight? Is not the breeze so bracing as to lift the spirits? Is not the susurrus of the Melanioi's whiskers so pleasant as to induce great thoughts? Surely with the inspiration that surrounds us, or with all the inspiration that surrounds us, you've been stirred into contemplation too. Tell me, what is it you now focus so squarely upon? The innumerable tasks that sit waiting to be done, or nothing that I can tell you about, I'm afraid. Well, it's a secret. So even familiars have their fair share of woes. Might I suggest you take this moment to relax then? Simply let the winds wash over you, the rustle of the leaves play in your ears, and just think. What about hearing and feeling? Think. I'm thinking. Zucro is thinking. For a time, all you can hear is the breeze, like a calming whisper in your ears. All of a sudden, a groan invades your peace of mind. Created to survive in extreme weather conditions, whose adaptability is second to none. What would a name suitable? What would be a name suitable for such a creature? I can practically feel genius on the tip of my tongue, and yet nothing comes. Oh, bother, this won't do now, will it? I hate to ask, but would you accompany me for a while longer? Come, let's away to a westerly waterfall. I keep instinctively summoning the unicorn, but I need the motorcycle here because I don't have the mount speed. clunk. That was like the shortest possible fall that could cause fall damage or something. I want to know what goofy name you think of for the cactuar. Euros 310 seems to be enjoying the misty spray from the falls. Ah, listen close, can you hear it? A waterfall whose stream is at once ferocious and tender, whose spray kisses its surroundings in an affectionate pitter-patter, inspiring indeed, and like to give rise to brilliance. Yes, there is no place more perfect for the cogitation of this creature's name. Come, stand with me and let us think on it. Think. Sucro is thinking about this cactus. Euros 310's beady eyes appeared to scan its surroundings. It is a creature that bears a strong resemblance to a plant, so perhaps Planticus. It's also a deal similar to succulent. Aha, I've got it! Succulum. Oh, goodness gracious, no, that's just foul. I'm afraid I'm quite at a loss for names beyond the paltry few I've offered. Perhaps you could provide a fresh perspective. What is it you find most endearing about this creation? The green skin, the beady eyes, or the spiky head? What is the most endearing thing about a cactuar? My first instinct was the pose, but that's not an option. I like the funny little spikes on its head. Ah, that did the trick. Your astute observational skills have stirred my imagination, for I've come up with a very worthy name. I must return to Poetanoikos at once, and ensure that no other creation shares this nomenclature. You'll not be too far behind, yes? You are due a suitable gift for the help you provided, after all. The specific shade of green is an interesting thing for you to mention, because one of the dyes in this game is cactuar green dye. Dang it. I was using the unicorn for a bit because I was realizing that with like the white mage staff and the aesthetic I had been, the various fashion I'd been playing around with, Sucro is experimenting with fashion now that the world doesn't need immediate saving. She reminded me of a troubadour from Fire Emblem a bit, so I needed a horse. But as I mentioned, White Mage makes me dizzy, so I can't play it, really. Hello and welcome. I must say, I greatly enjoyed our time together. I believe nothing cultivates creativity quite like the sharing of ideas. So often am I forced to work alone, and though it pains me to admit this, it's not much fun to ponder in the silence of one's own company. In fact, I credit you for the name I devised. All that remains now is to go to Peripetea Crystalline, ensure there is no record of any similarly named creation, and appoint Euros 310 with its official name. And should I hit another metaphorical roadblock, I shall remember to always ponder while perambulating. Thank you again for your help in this matter. It was most appreciated. Well, I don't get to learn what you named it? But that was the whole reason I wanted to do this random side quest that had nothing to do with anything. Dang it. It was funny though, but dang it. Probably named it like Perambulactus or something ridiculous. That has a bad mouthfeel to it. Leave me alone, Minotaur. Jeez. Anyway, Cleon. You can see how this would make me dizzy, right? Just starting to ponder how Sucro doing this all the time would definitely make her like feel a little dizzy. And then starting to feel a little lightheaded while looking at it. I was like, oh no, I can't play this job actually. But I have to get the last 3 levels because it's so close to 90. Ah! Tridentos? That sounds like a mint. I mean, because trident is a mint, and also Mentos is... It's not a mint, but it's like a thing. Tridentos is some sort of food-adjacent medicinal object that, like, freshens your breath or makes your teeth sparkle or something. Thank you for taking the initiative. I wasn't sure about the etiquette of destroying a creature under observation. I'm Cleon, recently arrived from Amarat. I assume Mayra sent you to fetch me. I see. Well, we'd best not keep her waiting any longer. Fear not, I will avoid upsetting any more of the local inhabitants. Oh, you might also notice I have a free company now. I forgot to explain that part in the tag above my name. This is because I devised a plot to stop getting random free company invites. And Rika assisted me by creating 2 alts. And then we formed a free company. And now we have a free company. And the free company is called Wow, We Are Cats! Because of course it is. And then the tag is wow.
Sucro, wow, you're a cat. This is incredible news that we ought to tell everyone.
Good news. Sucro's already told everybody this. Trichetos is a cool name. Also, mentioning that a Tridentos would make a Coca-Cola spray out 3 jets of foam now makes it sound like an upgrade in a roguelite instead that gave you a spread shot. It's an upgrade in a roguelite that amusingly resembles some cross between Mentos and Trident gum and somehow gives you a spread shot inexplicably. This is Mayra, yes? Sucro, thank you for seeing to the safety of our guest. Sucro would absolutely wear a custom t-shirt that said I'm a cat on it. 100%. I think if she saw that, she would do a really loud and ridiculous gasp sound and then purchase it instantly. And then, like, wear it on top of whatever she was already wearing instantly upon purchasing it. Indeed, my hesitancy to act would have ended poorly had your messenger not been there to shield me. I'm certainly glad that she was. Now, shall we proceed to the business of the day? I believe you had some concerns regarding your personal creations. Yes, as embarrassing as it is to admit, I was worried that the concepts I registered with the Bureau of the Architect may not be fit for release into the wild. Oh, you needn't feel embarrassed. You wouldn't be the first visitor we've had who's expressed difficulty in helping their children leave the nest. We can look in on them right now if you like. I should like that very much, but I do have one request. When you swooped in to rescue me from that beast, I was treated to an impressive display of battle prowess. An entity with your strength and instinct would be the perfect candidate for evaluating the worth of my modest creations. I must insist that you join us. Gasp. What a fascinating notion. Yes, I quite agree with your assessment. Then we all go together, whenever you are ready, Sucro. Are you the person who invents marbles? Or marlboros or whatever? Sucro, I need you to fight my OC. Batrakoi. That sounds like a marble, kinda. Thank you for agreeing to accompany us, Sucro, shall we? Certainly. Now, what was the name of your creation again? The Batracroy, a delightfully roly-poly pudding of a thing. Ah, yes, the one over at Rumination's Ramble. My brother, Alkaios, is in charge of tending to it. Right this way, if you please. I think that's actually like a pudding or a flan, maybe? I'm still going to assume that some guy named Jerry is responsible for the Morble until proven otherwise. New arrivals to the stream mentioned missed by whatever I said about Jerry, and also explaining a good carpentry questline that made me cry. Oh, it's Toad. The toad-like creature placidly endures your scrutiny. I have good news for you. This creature survives into the future. There's my beloved Batracroy. Did he miss me, I wonder? This is my brother Alkaios. He might seem a tad gruff, but don't be fooled. There are few more gentler kind than he. You must be Sucro. Myra has told me so much about you in an impressively short span of time. As you've likely already deduced, I am her brother Alkaios. And you are Cleon, yes? The architect of this Batracroy, as you call them? Yes, I am. Do you think them ready for release? I would so love to see their endearing rotund forms bouncing around free in the wild. I have completed my report for the main evaluation criteria. The final decision will be made after a committee discusses the results, but based upon my personal observations, no, they are not ready. No? Might I ask why? Sucro, would you be so kind as to give this Batracroy a solid poke? The creature's lack of familiarity with you will help prove my point. This is the emotes are required hour. I poke the frog. Toad. Batracroy. Yeah? Questioning head tilt, impatient. You see? No response to external stimuli. The creature is far too placid. What was the concept behind the Batracroy? A defender of water sources? Nod. In its current incarnation, it has neither the instincts nor the means to defend itself, much less fend off entities intent upon fouling the waterways. I cannot in good conscience certify a subject so poorly equipped to carry out its intended purpose. In fact, I suggest you redesign your concept entirely. Thank you for your candor. I was so invested in this darling ball of pudgy flesh, such a pity. Sucro, as Azim's familiar, you must have seen your fair share of the world and its inhabitants. Without altering its physical form, what do you think the Batracroy could do to become a more effective guardian? It could use its tongue to grapple opponents. It could secrete an immobilizing slime. It could use its weight to knock things flying. All three of these are things that this enemy type does. Well, I don't know. Knockback's pretty funny. Brilliant. What an innovative mind you have, Sucro. Yes, that may suffice. The introduction of an effective offensive measure could very well tip the scales towards a favorable judgment. Truly? Then I shall modify my concept at once. May I bind this one and take him home with me? Once I've finished making the necessary adjustments, I'll resubmit my request for observation and evaluation. Of course, you are free to do as you wish. I will make a note of it in my logs. Yeah. They have, like, a whole routine that they do. Thank you for your creative assistance, Sucro. I knew bringing you along would be a good idea. I almost wish I could have you as my own familiar. It's a shame Azim hasn't published our concept for the world to see. But seeing as you're here now, would you mind lending me your talents for a while longer? There's one other creation of mine that I feel may benefit from your unique perspective. Cleon certainly has taken a liking to you, hasn't he? What a wonderfully unusual familiar you are. Do you think somebody went up to Azim and was like, hey, really cool familiar you had? And then Azim was just like, what? Somebody has to have done this at some point. You've chosen to stay then. Wonderful. I realize we've only just met, but I feel such a bond with you, Sucro. There's one more concept I need to finalize, and I could think of no other entity I would rather have at my side during these ever so worrisome evaluations. You have my EO somewhere nearby, don't you, Alkaios? Yes, Myra keeps that one under her watchful eye, but I know the spot where it usually roams. Come along, we need to cross the stream here. EO, huh? Do you think that there's a bunch of, like, inspirational quotes misattributed or misquoted? Like, misattributed to Azim or, like, misquoted from things Azim actually said? And all of them sound, like, semi-believable? That probably does apply to Azim, I would guess. Of course. Oh, I don't see my EO anywhere, which seems impossible considering how big she is. Huh? Well, that's strange. How odd. This is usually where it spends the greater part of its days. Don't tell me this is the stealth dinosaur from the Facet Gathering quests, but like in the past. Yeah, she never strays far from this spot. I didn't explain those. I explained the Facet Carpentry quest, but not the Gathering ones where you help a funny cat find a cryptid. That's basically the entirety of the explanation for that one. The Facet quests have a wide variety of emotional depth. Sometimes you help a funny cat find a cryptid, and sometimes you cry because there's a loot. You know. Anyway. Yeah, she never strays far from this spot. Perhaps the scent of unfamiliar visitors has made her wary? Let's split up and try to find her. Her being a shaggy four-legged beast with rather majestic horns. Okay, this is probably like an aurochs then. Okay, not quite. I don't recall this enemy model or this creature model. Rather majestic horns, you say? I mean, there's a lot of horns here, so some of them are probably majestic. You find a shaggy four-legged beast, and the horns really are rather majestic. This must be the EO. Ah, there she is, the naughty thing. Nicely tracked, Sucro. Nod. Hello, my lovely. Come to Mayra now. This animal's an omnicrafter, is what you're telling me. Well, would you look at that? I think she's taken a liking to you, Sucro. Smile. And I see that Cleon has a liking for stout and stocky designs. Yes, the heftier the better. This EO is one of my favorites. Round and robust and bristling with spiky protrusions. A truly powerful beast. I envisioned her dominating any habitat she entered. What do you think? Ah, she's certainly an imposing specimen. Its physical strength is readily apparent, yes, but more than muscle is needed to dominate a territory. The creature's field of vision is obscured by that mass of wiry hair and curling horns, preventing effective use of its natural weaponry. In the wild, being unable to hunt and catch prey in a consistent manner culminates in a slow death by starvation. It is our recommendation that you redesign the EO as a grass grazer and resubmit the concept as a candidate for livestock. Livestock? Unsurprisingly, the EO here is susceptible to nutritional deficiencies, and we must administer regular ethereal supplements. As you appear to have gained its trust, would you mind doing the honors? You needn't convince it to eat anything, simply splash the creature with this solution. Nod. Today we're doing many emotes and existing around many drinks or liquids, I guess. A healthy dose of ether-rich energy, not to be administered orally. Okay, this is not juice. This is specifically not juice for drinking. The ethereal supplement is absorbed into the EO's body. Although difficult to tell, you think the EO looks somewhat healthier.
Io, as an aside, is the name of a mythological Greek person. She was turned into a cow to protect her from Hera.
I don't want to try the lunch ointment either. The phrase lunch ointment is a highly concerning set of 2 words that I've never thought of before now. But it accurately describes what was just administered, perhaps. Also, I vaguely knew of EO, and probably because of Persona 3. Supplemental ether is absolutely essential for such a poor hunter. We wouldn't want the EO to collapse now, would we? Oops, I meant to talk to Mayra, but I missed. Thank you for tending to my creation, Sucro. My EO would likely thrive as a livestock animal, but I did so dearly want her to become an apex predator. Oh, maybe there's still hope. You have an eye for these things. Could you offer any more of your insightful suggestions? It's heartening to see the EO warm up to you so readily. She's always so timid around the observers. Here in Elpis, we only observe subjects worthy of evaluation as decided by the Bureau of the Architect. Cleon should be proud of his work. Unleash the beast. Should I be a warrior for this one? Please, Sucro, I have need of your worldly experience. My EO, my darling hulking EO, she was meant for more than grazing in the fields. Will you look her over and tell me what must be done? How can I transform her from potential livestock to apex predator? Have you heard of guns? Perhaps we could give this cow the way to wield a firearm. Not an actual Sucro thing that she would say, probably. Maybe if the horns fired projectiles. Upon closer inspection, you can't shake the feeling that you fought similar beasts before. Such magnificent horns, rendered all but useless by the creature's poor field of vision. Give it other senses would be what I would think. The EO's monstrous claws seem capable of tearing a man limb from limb. Oh, you're a behemoth model. I think you should make it drop meteors from the sky on people so they have to hide behind a boulder. That sounds fun. Even with the EO's limited vision, one swing of its muscular tail would be enough to shatter bones. But for true dominance, the beast will need something more, something overwhelming. What say you? How can we enhance the deadliness of my creation? It really is! Perfect! Cut back on the horns and the hair and let her bring those fangs and claws into play, or an apex predator should wield apex magics. Something like Meteor, for example. I think it should drop meteors. Yes, deceptively simple, but devastatingly effective. I can already picture it. Alkaios, Myra, will you permit me to implement some new ideas? Sucro has given me much to think about. I like how nobody is like, what do you mean drop a meteor? Everyone's just like, yeah, of course. Sucro, yes. Look, as long as the meteor makes boulders you can hide behind, there's no problem. All the prey animals just need to learn about the meteor trick. All the prey animals in the ecosystem clicking on advertisements on website sidebars that are like, learn one simple trick to dodge meteors. Behemoths hate them. Behemoths hate it, rather. Strictly speaking, any significant adjustments should be authorized by the Bureau of the Architect, but I think we can allow some temporary modifications for the purposes of experimentation. That sounds more than fair, thank you. If you could spare a few more moments, I shall take my creation and return with a new and improved EO. I can't believe Sucro is responsible for all of the meteor mechanics in the game Final Fantasy XIV. By herself. Wait, did FFXIV also do the ecliptic meteor? I mean, Behemoth is in Monster Hunt. I can't believe Sucro is responsible for the development of Monster Hunter World. Wow. Good job, Sucro. I didn't realize it was in Monster Hunter outside of the Behemoth encounter, because Wait. Okay, FFXIV is the Iceborne one, right? And Xeno'jiva is the base game world one, because I didn't complete Iceborne. I think you're right, it is in Rise. I think it's in the final boss of Rise or Sunbreak or something somewhere. I don't remember, but that sounds correct. After living for years on end, our creativity tends to stagnate, I feel. Your revelations come as such a welcome breath of fresh air. You make me wonder, Sucro. Are you truly a familiar? Your thoughts, your behaviors, they resemble ours far too closely. Oh no, they're on to me. The puppeteer mantis? I think that was in Generations? Maybe? I'm not 100% sure. I'm not a Monster Hunter expert. Unfortunately. Hasn't returned? Well, that's a shame. Leon has been gone for more than a few moments. How extensive could these changes of his possibly be? It is done! Gasp. Gasp! Yeah, that's just Behemoth now. That's a completely different design. Okay, Sucro only suggested the meteor. So she's only partially responsible for everything. Cleon, you've certainly been busy, haven't you? Sucro's advice began the process, and then it became difficult to stop. I know that feeling with creating something. After pruning back the horns and hair, I reinforced the talons and moved on to arcane abilities. She can now cast Meteor as well as Charybdis. Charybdis? Uh-oh. Surely now my EO stands at the pinnacle of predators. I forgot about Charybdis as a spell. In all my time as an observer, I've seen many a creation, but this concept ranks in the highest echelons. The strength inherent in your EO is more than sufficient to ensure its domination. Wonderful, then I shall submit my refinements to the Bureau at once, but I think perhaps this new incarnation requires a new name. And I know just the familiar to bestow it. Sucro, have you a fitting title for this glorious creature? Behemoth or Queen Behemoth? Well, I guess Sucro's responsible for the name Behemoth as well, thanks to time loops. Yeah, that is true. Charybdis is sometimes a... Isn't Charybdis like the whirlpool, though? Like in mythology? Which is sometimes anthropomorphized or like personified or something. So, I don't know. I'd cast Spell of Horse. You can do that in Fire Emblem Fates. Which doesn't have many good points, but you can throw a horse at people, I think. Well, I guess Sucro's naming a behemoth now. Seems like a behemoth to me. Ah, perfect. So it shall be known, at least for now. I still need to submit the official registration. Now the time has come for me to return to Amarat. I've decided that my next creation will be more of a companion, a pet if you will, suitable for the amusement of children and very clever familiars. Thank you all again for this most productive visit. I hope I might impose upon you again soon. Are you going to invent Carbuncle? Yeah, Horse Spirit is a scroll weapon in Fates. I was briefly unsure because I was like, am I just thinking of Ox Spirit instead? We always enjoy hosting visitors with such enthusiasm for their work. Yes, and we very much look forward to observing your future concepts. Nod. Cleon, are you also about to invent a carbuncle? I don't know. Well, brother, Stukro, shall we head back to Poitanoikos? Cone of rattlesnakes. Are you suggesting that the cowboy spell list would include the famous sticks to snakes spell? I don't know how famous sticks to snakes is, but I think it should be famous. That reminds me, I think I had a concept for a Dungeons and Dragons character once where the what's it called? The druid spell that enhances a club or a staff, shillelagh, could be rebranded as sticks to snake, and you could have your character transform their weapon into a snake to fight with. They removed sticks? Oh, from Dungeon Crawlstones too. The idea of removing sticks from anything is very funny to me. I hope Dungeon Crawlstone Stoop still has stones in it. I don't know anything about it, but I hope and assume that it has stones. And soup. If not stone soup. What a wonderful help you were with our visitor, Sucro. Even for a familiar of Azim, I cannot help but be impressed by your intelligence and unique sense of creativity. I wholeheartedly agree. Your intervention salvaged some promising but unfortunately flawed creations. You have our gratitude for providing us with such a fascinating experience. Oh, Kaios, must you always be so formal? Although he has trouble expressing it, I assure you my brother is absolutely giddy with joy. Oh, that's really good too. Sticks to snake as a serpent magnetism spell. That's really funny to me. Magnetism serpent is a maverick, by the way. Or just magnet serpent. Thank you again, Sucro. While I'm sure your duties as a familiar keep you occupied, we would very much welcome another chance to share your company. God, that's kind of incredible. Gravity being somebody cast that on the world serpent. What an extremely specific world building idea that we're inventing here. Yeah, there was another maverick I had thought of recently to go with Cringe Antelope or Bad Taker Cringelope, but I guess we have Magnet Serpent now, also. It's always good to invent a maverick. Did I ever explain the joke Mega Man on game idea called Mega Man Again, which it's called because Dr. Wily is just trying to take over the world again, but in an extremely inefficient manner. I don't remember a lot of the details about it, but they're archived somewhere. Anyway, perks of being a lost flower. You're a visitor too, aren't you? Perhaps you might be willing to help me then. Did you happen to see a blue-haired woman in the area? She wouldn't have been wearing a mask. Shake head. I see. She and I are students of academia neither, and we had intended to spend our downtime visiting Elpis together. We were just on our way back when she realized she forgot something back in Anna Norris's, so she ran back. That was the last I saw of her. She can be a bit, how shall I put it, scatterbrained, so she may well have simply got lost on her way back. Oh yeah, that's definitely part of it. The opening with a single circular explosion happening in the city. Probably something about Wily saying he's not really feeling it this time. Wily's just sleeping. Yeah. I think those are all points that were true. I would rather not search for her myself, for what if she comes back while I'm away? So if it isn't too much trouble, perhaps you'd be so kind as to look for her. Nod. Like us, she won't be wearing a mask, and so should stand out a touch. You'll find her in the area of Philomethes Notos in all likelihood. If you do come across her, could you help her out a bit? See she makes it back? Oh, you are way over there. Right, that makes sense. I forgot I wasn't in Anna Norris's at the time. Ether currents. I did a questioning head tilt because I was like, wait, I don't see any other ones on the map, but I've only done 2 of 4. I do questioning head tilts in real life now. Hey, what's up? Yes, can I help you? Oh, wait, do you need directions somewhere? Not to be rude, but I beg if you ask someone else. I happen to be lost myself. The determined emote? I had to do that just now because I read you mentioning it. What was that? A woman asked you to come and find me? That would be my friend, no doubt. How embarrassing. I'd hope to keep this hopelessly directionless side of myself under wraps. Do I gasp or say gasp? I don't find occasions to gasp very often. In either way, truthfully. Though I wouldn't doubt it if I said gasp without thinking, because of how I do that when I stream this game to indicate that someone is gasping in surprise. I feel terrible leaving her like that, but I'd clean forgotten a task from one of my professors. I rushed back to collect the item I was asked for, which I found, thankfully, but got rather turned around when attempting to return. But don't you worry about me. I'll be just fine on my own. Am I right? If I'm right, then following this road east will lead me to a teleporter. I think. I mean, I know. Are you sure you'll be okay? Oh, bother, maybe not. I could probably find my way eventually, but there's no sense in trying to go it alone, I suppose. Would you be so kind as to guide me back to my friend? If I'm able to get as far as the teleporter that connects to Poitanoikos, I should be able to make the remainder of the trip on my own. Now then, would you mind? So, gotta go there. This white mage outfit feels like a blue mage outfit? Kinda, yeah. This outfit exists partially because the other healer outfit I was messing around with uses the Diadocos level 90 coat, so I can't use it. That is true of the staff. This is the Crypt Lurker's staff. It's probably, like, maybe my favorite white mage weapon. Just because of its relative simplicity. Which is fairly rare. Hey, that's a lot of Ixions. What the heck's going on over here? Hey, I'm pretty sure there's not supposed to be that many of those. Thank you for petting Calico. Oh no, Ixicon. It wouldn't be 2023. It would be many years before that, I think. But I don't know how many. Thank you for petting Calico. I confess I don't know up from down or left from right. Every path, hill, and clump of trees looks just like the last. But if I can just get to the teleporter that connects to Poit and Oikos, I ought to be okay. What a relief it is to see a familiar sight. I should be alright without you now. After all, it's just a straight shot from here to Poit and Oikos. Goodness, the earful I'm going to get from my friend. Kept her waiting for far too long. Really, I should hurry. She's owed an explanation and a heartfelt apology. Do come see us, though. I'd like to thank you properly. This seems like a one-off instead of a quest line type of one. Cool Lalafell standing here. Oglock the Lalafell with an afro who likes bongs and shrooms. Shoutouts to you. I should have been up front with my friend and simply told her why I went back. My blasted pride so often gets in my way. Thank you for your help. Truth be told, when my friend first dashed off, I had assumed it was because she forgot an assignment from Metron. Oh, and behold, I was right. We are studying at the words of Metron in Academia a Nighter, learning all we can about the engendering of aquatic life from that self-same master. Honestly, though, I have no idea why Metron would ask me to procure a flower of all things, and one that's still undergoing testing in Elpis. It's very beautiful, yes, but what has it to do with ichthyology? Well, nothing, but that's the point, surely. Must be intended as a present, one meant for Logriff. Metron is hopelessly enamored, as we all well know. We do? This is certainly news to me. Though now that you mention it, I suppose I have seen sparks between them. I wonder why I never noticed before. That settles it. We need to hurry back and begin an in-depth observation of their romantic entanglements. I can't believe I wasted all this valuable research time lost amongst the trees. I would have wasted even more if not for you, good lady. Now that my friend and I are together again, we can get back to the Academia and deliver the flower to Metron before it wilts. Ah, but before we rush off, a reward. You certainly deserve it. Now there is an ether current questline somewhere that I have to locate. Oh. Oh, is this going to be like a continuation or something? I don't think I saw this before. Interesting. Hippo, though. Hippos, though, is a good name. Also, Gala Kitten. Meow. Oh, there is a continuation quest. I forgot you recommended that. Please point out where that is or what it's called or both once I'm done with this part also. We have to learn about Gala kittens. I forgot about this one. I think I saw this one and I was like, Gala kitten. I was like, I'll do this later. My, what a familiar essence you have. Like that of a familiar, if you're familiar with the concept. Oh, just my little joke. Sucro, was it? I'm Hippotho. Meow, meow. Yes, yes, we're getting to that. Sucro, say hello to our familiar friend here. He's an Ailoros. The Ailori are one of our newest creations, highly tuned to abnormalities in their environment. At the first sign of danger, they'll sound the alarm, by which I mean mewl loudly. Though we do our best to observe all our creations, Elpis is simply too large to maintain a constant vigil over each and every temperamental species. A more efficient means of detecting conflict between creatures was in order. Thus have I taken this Ailoros under my wing to further develop her capabilities in this area, and she does enjoy our little walks.
Hippothoi, ancient Greek, pi omicron theta eta hippothoi means swift as a mare.
Pi omicron? Hippothoi. Okay. That's good to know. I should have... You know, that makes sense with names like Chloe existing. It makes sense with how I understand word. Flying cat alarm, that's correct. They should have a mount that is like the vest and wings that a Gala kitten has, except you equip it on your character and they fly around. This is my official Final Fantasy XIV mount design contest submission if they ever have one of those. Now that I've thought of it. Until I forget it. This evening, we're testing her ability to pinpoint sites of conflict. Would you like to observe? Simply tell her that her task has begun and she'll do her utmost to locate disruptive creatures. Methods of mourning, okay. Please do subdue any unruly subjects once you've found them. We can't have beasts running amok. Meow, meow. Follow the Ailoros and try not to fall behind. Cat away. Followed by cat. Packless Scala cat? I don't remember that. Cat sound. The Ailoros alerts you to two nearby creatures that are facing one another down and looks at you expectantly. Tree versus bird. Whoa, that's a... Whoa, I did not look at these trees up close. They have eyeball. Oh, Packless Scala cat. Okay, I see what you're saying now. My brain did not connect these two thoughts immediately. The Gala cat from which the pack was stolen. That makes perfect sense. By the way, another thing that I'm not sure if I mentioned on stream because I don't remember what state of things was. Boaster is at maximum rank now. Boaster has achieved maximum chocobo power. As far as I know, anyway. Like, I can't learn any more skills. I'm pretty sure rank 20 is the maximum, and I could spend way too much money on attempting to test this by buying another Thavnarian onion, but I shouldn't. How do I only have that much money? I thought I had like twice that earlier today. Teleport fees are getting out of hand. Maybe. Also, my ability to conserve money is poor. I have 380,000 kill. Yes, I will attempt to read every cat sound. Oh no. Don't send me money. I know you sold a minion for like 13 million the other day, but... Oh no. Well, we know what any mail I receive is going to be now, probably. She seems quite content, but in the name of science, what were the results? Explain. As I expected. Well done, little one. Magnificent creatures, the both of you. It's a shame we cannot give you a pair of tiny wings and a bell too, but it's against protocol, I'm afraid. Thank you for this compliment that I'm very good at cat noises. I am cat aspected, as you might notice, by the number of cats presently on stream, which is at least 5. I don't know why I said at least. No, there's 6. I forgot the one in the sky. There's 6 cats on screen right now. The Ilora are enchanted with theirs at birth, so they're able to acclimate properly. I'm certain you have your own unique potential to rise to, however. In fact, why not join us for another phase of testing? Wait, this one is a questline too. We don't know Hippothoe's persona, that's true. Does my avatar technically count as a persona? It's closer to like a cat girl type of deal, but also the way I've drawn the nose makes it seem like I am slightly more furry, but I don't know. This is just the way I chose to draw the nose in the moment. You can think of it as like the type of nose detail that a Mikote or a Lalafell can choose to have, where the nose is darkened, more than like this is a persona type of thing, I think. I didn't really consider this in depth, I just drew this. Anyway, I'm so pleased that you're willing to join us in further research. Thus far, you've noted this Aloris' response to stimuli. However, the Ilori have one more very special capability. Aren't you curious? You'll be pleased to know that I've dispatched one additional Iloros to fly about the 12 wonders then. She's working as designed, the phenomenon should be clearly observable. I expect you'll be able to collect evidence of it from my fellow researchers, say Oloros, Deucalion, and Chloris. Do present your conclusions to me when you've finished. I do have flight now, though. I did it. I would advise you to keep your head down. If I saw some manner of creature darting about in the air just now. If it carries on like that, it's only a matter of time before it collides with someone's skull. It startled me so badly I accidentally created a winged fish, of all things, which itself escaped to the skies ere I knew it. Though, now that I have a moment to reflect upon its speedy departure, perhaps the ability to fly is not so wasted upon aquatic creatures as I believed. Certainly such a boon would give them heretofore unknown capacity to evade predation. The recent fashion for flying concepts may have something to it after all. I really must pay a visit to the Bureau of the Architect next in Amorat. I doubt anyone has registered a winged fish yet. The idea of accidentally creating a winged fish because you were startled by a cat. A tiny winged creature. Do you refer to Hippothoe's familiar, perchance? I did see it not long ago. I know not where it's gone off to, I regret to say. I would assist in your search, but I must put brush to parchment before I forget what I meant to write. Outside of my observational duties, I've been laboring over a treatise on aquatic flora, you see. Yet rereading my work a moment ago, I was suddenly struck with how trite my conclusion sounds. I believe I know precisely how to strengthen it, however. I dare say even Halmorat shall be impressed by my insight. Skyfish sounds familiar. Whoop. I think the elpis quests, the elpis ether current quests seem like maybe the most involved of all of them. I don't have increased land speed. Oh, I found the other Aloras. But I do have flight with all now. Isn't this the most darling familiar you've ever seen? Behold its soft and fluffy fur, its pudgy belly, its charming little bell, its eyes that gaze imploringly into the very depths of your soul. It makes you want to dismantle it and gobble its adorable ether right up, does it not? No. I dare not, of course. Whoever it belongs to would be quite cross indeed. And even to gaze upon it stokes within me a creative passion the likes of which I've never known. I'd be afraid too. Alas, my muse, perhaps I need create my own familiar of surpassing cuteness after all. Do not dismantle things into ether, please. Especially not Gala kittens. Meow, meow. I see you have spoken to everyone, and what are your findings? Exactly right. The Alori bless those they meet with inspiration. After all, we are at our best and our brightest when our hearts are at ease. With clarity of thought and faith in ourselves, we can do anything. And what could possibly quell inner turmoil so well as a lovable creature like this? Meow, meow. Meow. Ah, it seems duty calls. She senses another irregularity. Off you go then, dear girl. With today's results, the Aloris concept will be approved in no time. I'm truly fortunate to have such wonderful familiars to work with, yourself included, of course. I have so enjoyed the time I've spent with the Alori. If only all our creations were so sweet. Okay, so let's see. What am I looking for? I might recognize the quest name when I see it, since I was just told about it. Clutch devastation? That was not my intention. Method of mourning, okay. Must be over here. Specializing in sharks? God, there's so many very familiar carrots. Oh no. There's so many tempting quests in this place. I could spend a while just doing random side quests in this zone, but I have so many things I intended to do. It's already been 2 hours. Wow. My voice briefly seemed similar to a Christopher Walken impression there. I'm assuming, yeah. Will you accompany us a while longer? Tell me, Sucro, have you seen much of Ananorisis? I have. Oh, and you've met Overseer Sokles then? He sent my brother a request for aid, and we were just on our way to render our assistance. I forgot about the FF2 concept art chocobo. I must have seen that at some point. FF2 concept art chocobo. I don't want to look at that, actually. That's quite something. I don't think that's a man either. I think that's a something. You're welcome to come along if you like. You may be interested to witness the duty which lies ahead. I mean, I guess, but I don't feel like that alone qualifies it for that word. Come along, we mustn't keep the Overseer waiting. I am in fact going to keep the Overseer waiting because I think after 2 hours, it seems like a reasonable time to BRB for a second. Oh, I see. That sounds like something. Do you think the ghost minigame will work today? The captions wouldn't, but those run on a completely separate thing. That's not related to anything that I'm doing. Let's flip a coin. Is it this or that? Hello. Congratulations to those who won, and condolences to those who did not. It was that. I think I would like to change my plans slightly. In that, once I have completed this quest, I think I would like to do the optional dungeon before unlocking the loporrits, so that we're not waiting too long to do the optional dungeon. That's the entire change of plans. Since people can join in for that, and I don't want them to be waiting. It is the optional dungeon. I don't know the identity of the dungeon itself, but it is the one required to unlock the Omicron quests, which is accessed via the side quest entitled Where No Loporrit Has Gone Before. I know absolutely nothing about what the dungeon actually is, so I can't 100% answer your question, but you might know it from the context of that. Also, I think I will try to heal it instead of tank it. Sucro, you're acquainted with Alkaios and his sister, I see. I've not crossed over to this isle in some time. There's only one reason why they would ask for me by name. Alkaios, Myra, and Sucro as well. Welcome, all of you. A summons from you can only mean one thing. There's been an incident? Yes, the Icaonis went into a frenzy, and more than a few of our observational projects were prematurely ended. We began the sending rites, of course, but the task is burdensome for so few. Thus did I hope to secure your particular expertise. Oh, you wouldn't be aware of the practice, would you, Sucro? Here in Elpis, we expedite the ethereal dissipation of the deceased by employing time magics. Sorry, what? The decay of the corporeal remains is accelerated and absorbed back into the ground upon which we stand. As you may have guessed, this manipulation of time is Alkaios' specialty. Whenever some unexpected event results in the mass loss of creations, it is him to who they turn. Not an Asian, an ancient. It's different. That we do. Nevertheless, I do regret tearing you away from your important work. We've prepared a site to the southwest, so if you'll follow me, we can put this unpleasant business behind us in short order. You know... God dang it, Time Mage could also be the next thing. Okay, so... The only hints I have towards what could possibly be the caster class are it's been told to me that it's something I've mentioned before, if there is a hint at it in the story itself. And also there's the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. There is, I guess Astrologian is kind of Time Mage, but like Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, popular speculations are Green Mage, presumably because the turtles are green. Pictomancer because they're all named after artists. And like other things that could work would be like Animist because they're animals, and Time Mage could also work because of turtles and time being a thing. Anyway, there's so many possibilities for what the caster could be. We'll learn in January, but still, the Overseer and I moved the bodies here far away from the site of the violence. The site of violence. It's easier this way. I think the most reasonable theory that I've seen is Pictomancer. Green Mage is like primarily a support job in the few instances where it exists. It does have, like, in tactics where it exists, it does have, like, an aesthetic to the extent where it has, like, a sprite. But I think its other existences are primarily in places like 12, where jobs don't have different aesthetics, to my knowledge. Occupites. When you research such an eclectic collection of wildlife, it's almost inevitable that some of them will meet a sudden and unanticipated demise. This is them, the Occupites, which fell victim to the Icaonis. They're still being evaluated, yes, the poor things. They barely had a chance to fulfill their design. Their flesh and bones will return to the land. We will ensure that their existence was not in vain. Seeing life taken mid-purpose can be distressing. Have you witnessed such events before, Sucro? Tell me, how do you express yourself at these times? An offering of Nymea lilies or making a grave or cairn for the deceased. Both of these have been true. Well, I mean, it depends, but a lot of times we make like a grave? Physical reminder of the life that was, an interesting sentiment, but if we practice such a custom in Elpis, we would eventually run out of places to put them. Well, that's grim. I do like the idea of a tangible offering, though, like a final gift for a friend. What about something organic which would decompose alongside the remains, say a bouquet of flowers? Come with me, Sucro. You can help me gather something suitable. Probably could have talked to all of them again, but at some point, there's so much talking. I don't know. Here, I've made some flowers of our own. Even those fashioned directly of ether tend to sprout with more life and color when you grow them in the soil. Pick yourself a handful and we'll take them back to the Overseer. There is still a part of this song which shares a melody with the Final Fantasy IV overworld, and I can't help but wonder every time I hear it if that's intentional. I wouldn't doubt it if it were. Hey, that's the same flower that's used as the icon for the Scion corpses. Yay! I guess that's the Nymea lily, then. A beautiful and ancient predecessor to the modern lily. It would make sense if it were the same. Your thought process is truly amazing. Where do you encounter these notions that have never even occurred to us? Were you finished with helping Mayra? It isn't safe to wander alone. Mayra's creations were acceptable, I trust. I think I read the description of the item. By the way, this enemy model here is something you can get as a mount. My apologies, I may have gotten a little carried away with the flowers. Not at all, Mayra. Your effort is much appreciated. Alkaios, if you'd be so kind. Paying respects. Vessels within which life once flowed, cheated of purpose, stilled and cold. And to the land you now return, the fuel upon which new life shall burn. Cool rhyme. Gasp. That was a beautiful service. I like to think it brought some joy to their departed souls, much as one feels when receiving a thoughtful gift. Yes, the flowers were the perfect addition. How fortunate we are to have this knowledgeable familiar in our midst. We must return and commit to this event to parchment while it remains fresh in our minds. A potential shift in our traditions is a historical moment worth recording. Nod. Thank you again, Alkaios. We are ever grateful for your calming presence. Nod. And our thanks to you, Mayra and Sucro, not only for attending, but also elevating the proceedings. Nod. nod. Yes, you've contributed more than enough. Allow us to take care of the tedious administrative details. We hope to see you again soon, Sucro. I think it's fascinating just how much doing all of these side quests, like, you're told don't change too much about the past, but all of these side quests, like, not all of them, but so many of them are, like, contributing very small, stable time loop type details, like inventing the behemoth and the name of the cactuar are all now Sucro's fault. Or, like, Sucro is the cause of those things to some degree. Because she went back to going back in time and started talking to random people again. This time we were headed back ourselves, dear sister. As you say, please, Sucro, join us back at Poetanoikos. And yeah, there is significance to this sort of event for sure. I actually forgot what the Lycaones were already. So significance is slightly lost on me in my memory. Wait, were the Lycaones like the... That's true too. They could be supposed to have... Were the Lycaones like the things Hermes really hated having to die? The violence beasts? Yeah, okay. I had forgotten specifically what that was. That makes sense. I know this probably is not a giant corn, but this looks like a giant corn a little bit. And now I'm just thinking about the ancient who made corn too big. Maybe that was also Jerry. Inventor of marbles and corn that's too large. Dang it, Jerry. What a fortuitous turn of events that you were present when we received the summons to Ananorisis. As time marches on, we encounter fewer and fewer of these truly new experiences. Yet ever since you appeared, it's been one surprise after another. Suppose we should expect nothing less from one of Azim's creations. Nickelodeus, the non-binary inventor of slime. God. Yeah, that sounds correct. Why does that sound familiar? Why do I feel like we've discussed a Nickelodeus before? Am I responsible for that? And now we have these precious new ideas and perspectives to apply to our duties moving forward. I think that's something I said then, maybe. I often forget things that I say, but yeah. Speaking of which, we really must be returning to work, or to our work. Be well, Sucro, and thank you. May our purposes, or simply our paths, align again in the future. Smile. And that is all of the Ether Current side quest lines in Elpis, I believe. What's your deal? What is your deal? Your deal is that you have spicy shakshuka. Shakshuka. Got it in 3 or 4. So, now is the time for old Charlie, and we're gonna do the optional dungeon quest next. Which is also, I am going to have to be level 90. And since I said I would heal, Sage, why not? I don't know if I've shown this outfit on stream, actually. This has been on Twitter and whatnot. But the Diadoko's coat of casting and healing is pretty good. And also, I've decided that this hat and glasses are like 100% mandatory for Sucro at this point. Not on every outfit, because like my botanist outfit has this good botanist hat instead, but you know. Something about Sucro with those glasses is just really good. And the hat. And I guess the drill hair now. Sucro is experimenting with fashion. Is this the right one? No, that's the other optional dungeon. Not that one. That one. We want to do the quest where no loporrit has gone before. Which is a lot of places if you think about it, because they've mostly been on the moon for a while. I need to get the starboard. I keep seeing people with the starboard. Jamming way. Like, what sort of jam are we talking about? Are we talking about jamming communications? Are we talking about a condiment that one would put on a sandwich? Or are we talking about rocking out? Whoa. What is that? What is the green tunnel of the Matrix? I do, in fact, know that Starboard is a rare drop from the dead ends, and I have, in fact, done the dead ends like 10 times. Jamming way is in need of your brains and brawn, mostly the latter. Well, good thing I'm a healer.
Sucro, you are Sucro, yes? Oh, thank you ever so much for coming. In truth, I've been searching all over for you. You see, there's a most pressing matter for which I could use your wisdom and expertise.
Questioning head tilt?
Oh, but we haven't actually been introduced yet, have we? The name's Jammingway. I had the honor of serving as the communications officer aboard the Ragnarok.
Maybe it is the jamming of communications. Seems kind of ironic if... Well, anyway.
So anyhow, to the matter I spoke of, it began the other day when my curiosity got the better of me and I decided to send a reconnaissance probe to Ultima Thule to investigate the environs. Imagine my surprise when my robotic friend... Hey,
someone stood on top of Jammingway for a second. How rude.
Imagine my surprise when my robotic friend responded just a short while ago with a most urgent and dire distress signal. Distress signal from Ultima Thule, now, even after you and your companions mercifully put an end to the threat of the final days. Surely this intrigues and worries you as much as it does me. I was just about to venture there to investigate further, but there's no telling what dangers might await. And I am a communication officer, not an adventurer. Communications officer. Please join me at Tamazine, so we may boldly go where you have gone before.
Okay, that's funny. I don't know what this random Jammingway voice is, but it's the Jammingway voice now. So we don't have flight in Ultima... Oh, right. Talmazane is the passageway to Ultima Thule, not in Ultima Thule. We don't have flight in Ultima Thule yet, of course. We're working on it, but you know. I do have flight here, though. Here we go. Ah, yes, the music box theme. I feel like the motorcycle is somewhat at odds with the aesthetic of this healer outfit.
Sucro, I knew you'd come. Clearly we have inquiring minds and a crushing need of use... Clearly we have inquiring minds and a crushing need to be of use in common.
I do have that crushing need sort of. Anyway, Sucro also would.
Any road, I'm pleased to report that the Ragnarok has already been prepared for our journey, a journey that fortunately will not require the massive quantities of ether that were necessary for our previous voyage beyond the stars. How can this be, you wonder? Hells if I know! Whether it's a parting gift from Mother or perhaps the manifestation of Medion's true desire, this vessel is strongly connected to Ultima Thule. So strongly, in fact, that it somehow simultaneously exists in both locations, here in Labyrinthos and out at the edge of the universe. Is this making more sense to you now? No? Well, it matters little. What matters is that we do get to the other side and see what's troubling my dearest probe. On that note, let us be off.
That is very silly. Sure. That's the power of boat. God. It's about to be time to cry at this song again, huh? I wish we could go inside of the boat and walk around inside of the boat.
See? The Ragnarok exists here as surely as it did and does back in Labyrinthos. With the vessel forming a conduit of sorts, we may also easily teleport between these two locations. Convenient, wouldn't you say? Precisely because the locations are so indelibly connected to each other, however, I fear that whatever has triggered my probe's distress signal has the potential to threaten Labyrinthos as well. So I would investigate without delay. Let's see now. It would seem that the distress signal is coming from base Omicron, not far from here. Let us hope my automaton friend can enlighten us further as to the situation. Nod.
Oh yeah, I did do that. Well, yeah. This is even more than that because it unfolds slowly over like 4 iterations. This is not the quest objective. This is an unrelated Omicron. Oh, that's really funny. I didn't notice there was striking dummies here that were level checkers. Can you get a level checkered striking dummy? And if not, why? I feel like you can. I know you can get a level checker mount.
Ah, Sucro, this is my precious reconnaissance automaton. Oh, it's dead. And yet it would appear this good-for-nothing bucket of bolts has gotten its oily paws all over it. Pray stand by for a moment while I give it a good talking to. You miserable sack of sockets! What in heaven's name do you think you're doing with my oh-so-valuable automaton?
Completing logic circuits. N7000 categorically denies the accusations of this hirsute organism. An advanced life form such as N7000 has no need for such outdated technology. On the contrary, this unit took pity on this makeshift machine and the primitive society which created it, and deigned to issue a warning.
Primitive? Outdated? I'll show you primitive and outdated, you... Wait, what is this warning you speak of?
Initiating simplification. To explain in imprecise terms that your crude mind might comprehend, sometime after the organic life form known as Sucro came in contact with MO17, the Omicrons noticed an irregularity. Specifically, a powerful burst of energy from the remnants of a lost world. Given that I'm doing the Omega voice for the Omicrons, or Gamma voice if you prefer, one of those, both of those, I'm now just thinking about Sonic Lost World instead. Specifically, there's one video of Sonic Lost World in an auto run segment where Sonic is running or walking at an exceptionally slow pace collides with the wall, splats against it, and dies instantly. I believe the video is titled, "Ah, you're gonna crash," or "You're gonna crash, ah," or whatever the line from Adventure is. No doubt a reaction to Sucro and her companions defeating the Innsinger. Fortunately, the energy wave itself caused no appreciable damage. Less fortunately, it housed within it an encoded message from the strategic matrix known as Stigma 1. The message contained a single word, a single command: live. That seems innocent enough. Whatever is the problem? The message reached the sensors of Stigma 4, a logistics matrix that has long lain dormant. Shocked back to life at the behest of its fellow intelligence, it has resumed its duties in constructing weapons of mass destruction. Furthermore, there is a statistical probability of 99% that it will launch a full-scale assault on your imminently detectable home planet. Imminently detectable is a very funny thing to call a planet, as soon as production is complete. Can't produce weapons if you're exploded. Perhaps we can remove its power source somehow. This is such a Sucro line here, I think, already. Well, you can't make weapons if you're exploded. I think she'd say exactly that sentence. This unit projects that this would be less than ideal. Stigma 4's production capabilities are necessary to ensure that the Omicron's existence is maintained in perpetuity. Disabling or destroying it is incompatible with the command issued by Stigma 1. Is there no way we might simply change its mind? If Stigma 4 is convinced that war is essential to its survival, could we not persuade it that an unprovoked offensive might threaten its existence even more? The grubby organic lifeforms proposition has merit. As a military information and operations specialist, this unit does possess the capability to rewrite the memory banks of other artificial intelligences. If this unit were to hack Stigma 4's neural core and implant the memory that such an offensive once led not to victory but to failure and near eradication, it must logically conclude that preemptive attack is ill-advised. To accomplish this unit will access Stigma 4 and use a dimensional manipulator to generate a virtual environment simulating its memories of war. You must traverse the environment and nullify Stigma 4's expectations of victory. That sounds awesome. That sounds simple and not at all likely to get us killed. What do you say, Sucro? Leave the fighting to us. I suppose it's worth a try. It can't be any tougher than Omega, right? Right! Well, it can't be worse than Omega, probably. I've dealt with something before. Commencing Strategic Operations Protocol. All participants in the mission, please accompany this unit to the access point at once. Nod. It's fine. I'm a cat. What could go wrong? God, I just accidentally sort of connected the concept of Sucro and the concept of Bubsy by saying what could go wrong. What could possibly go wrong? Introducing the newest Final Fantasy XIV crossover with Bubsy the Bobcat. Wait, I'm being waved at from somewhere. I see one of the party members that we'll be recruiting. Oh, you're up there. Adventurers never look up. Sucro would never wear a t-shirt with a big exclamation point on it. I don't know why you could possibly imagine that Sucro would have anything to do with a giant exclamation point. This would never occur. I can't say I completely understand what's going on here, but at least it's progress, yes?
From this access point, it will be possible for this unit to establish a communications interface within Stigma 4's neural network. You may be interested to know that this is the first time this unit has been able to perform its intended function since the day it was commissioned. This unit is honored and will do its utmost to maximize the probability of success. Are you saying you've never actually done this before? You really had me going with your advanced intelligence talk, but at least my probe had work experience. The flea-ridden lifeform's evaluation is inaccurate. This unit is equipped with dynamic functionality. It simply has not encountered technology formidable enough to require its full capabilities before. More significantly, this unit has succeeded in establishing the interface with Stigma 4. All that remains is for you to enter the simulation and use whatever puny weapons are at your disposal to destroy the core that lies within. That should see the Matrix sufficiently traumatized. This unit will remain in this physical space to ensure the communication interface remains stable as you carry out the operation. And do take care, though the environment is virtual, any pain you suffer within will be quite real. Or will feel quite real. The Stigma Dreamscape. Interesting. Well... Greetings to the party. You might also notice that my party display is larger than you might remember it, and that's because I've been playing as healers recently. It's important. And I will be healing this dungeon. Sweats nervously as I try to remember what my sage buttons are. It's fine. The Stigma Dreamscape. Healer Q! Go! Oh no, my portrait! Oh hell yeah. Now I know why Jamming Way is here. Whoa, cool kick. Oh! God, this too. Whoops. Of course this is here. Projection into simulated memory confirmed. You now witness the final war between our kind. Within the Alphatron star, resources depleted. I can't read all this. Especially because I have to like think about healing now. Right. Read the text yourself. Units are being created for invasion. Is this song literally like one of their music albums versions of the twinning? I wonder. It might be. The tank is helpfully informed that they're going to use invulnerability on this pull.
This isn't exactly the twinning music. I think this is like the Scions and Sinners album version of it or something. Hey, Omega. Proto-Omega. Wow, okay. I shouldn't have done that immediately. I don't know what that means. I mean, I guess it's fairly obvious what that means. Oh, it's not obvious what that means, actually. I'm dumb. I misunderstood that as being, like, something that existed on all sides of... Right, I need to pay attention to the attack names, clearly. Oh, wait. God, why are these indicators all weird? I'm not used to any of these. They're prototypes? I freaking guess. Okay, now I understand this one. You can tell this is from 6.0, I guess. I accidentally ate an egg. Guardian. I accidentally ate an egg, but really, is that a problem? In the context of this video game. Not really. So healing a level 90 warrior who's properly geared is like no problem at all, huh? Basically. Ooh. What? Oh, I thought I dodged that. Ah, beans. Well. Sorry, everyone. This is what happens when the healer dies. Well, there's a warrior, so nothing happens, arguably. I don't have tank privileges, so I don't live for no reason. What the heck is going on here? Oh. No, I could have used Icarus, but I always forget that I have that. That has such a short... I guess you're just supposed to observe where it goes at the end. I should probably do this. Maybe I should have waited for the boss to be over so this would... Oh. I don't know if I processed that animation before. I should have just waited so that I could take a shortcut to the boss arena. Now I'm holding everyone up. The warrior says that the warrior self-heals are strong, which is true. Oh, the dragon star. Huh. You know, I should have expected this. Super Mario 64 slide. Oh, geez, they made robot dragons. Yeah. Also, geez, Omega is just here, huh? I mean, like a frame, but still. Yeah. Hey. Dang it. I'm by far the person taking the most damage. Oh, rocket punch time. Transformation sequence? You transformed from an orb into an orb. Does that mean... Yeah, okay. I read the room on that one. Mind hack? That sounds bad. Yeah, I noticed the forced march. I didn't know what I was going to have to dodge with it, so I just sort of guessed. That was a cool dungeon. I need more practice with healing. And also, I need to quote-unquote practice knowing boss mechanics I'd never seen before. Question mark. Joy. I can't commend anybody. But I commend both of you in my heart. Hey, wait, what's that spear? Is that like the Manderville spear? Sure is. It looked very fancy when drawn. Very glowy. I have not yet decided which Manderville weapon to even get because I'm switching to every job now. That's so space glowy. Very cool spear. That's true. I guess I could get every single one of them if I wanted to, because they're just tomestones. I think I really do want to try to like be a healer main again for a while. For the record, I just have to settle on which healer. Like White Mage makes me dizzy in a weird way, as I've just discovered. So probably not that one. I started trying Astrologian again, and I did sort of solve making the cards less nightmare on a controller a little bit, so I have to try that one more. The secret is probably the way you're supposed to play Astrologian anyway, which is that the card draw and play are both OGCDs, so you weave one of them in between stuff at a time, and that gives you like a second to figure out how to even process what to do with your dang Yu-Gi-Oh deck or whatever. So, you know, like if I were to switch to Astrologian, there's nothing I can do with Astrologian without a target, so I can't even demonstrate, so never mind. This is what happens if you try to use this on a target that you can't because of the cutscene. Sukro is trying her best, and it looks very silly. Anyway, I probably should have talked to everyone else before this. Operation status success. Stigma 4 has abandoned its military offensive. In 7000 submits new orders to Stigma 4. Stigma 4 is instructed to immediately cease production of all weapons and attack units, and initiate production of diplomatic hologram units. Analysis of memory data complete. Further pursuit of planned invasion is calculated to have a 99.999924634% probability of resulting in utter annihilation. In 7000's orders are deemed strategically and logistically sound. Reconfiguring production infrastructure. Take that, glowing eyeball! Oh, my dearest in 7000, I apologize for all those times I called you a sack of bolts. Why, you're the most impressive military information and operations unit I've ever met. This unit expresses its gratitude to the hero Sukro and the soft-looking organic life form. This unit could not have succeeded without your help. This also marks the completion of this unit's duties. With the invasion halted indefinitely, there remains no military operation or conflict requiring this unit's functions. Preparing to shut down and enter permanent energy-saving hibernation. Shut down? What nonsense is this? Did you not receive an order to live just a short time ago? Eternal sleep doesn't sound like living to me. Come on, Sukro, say something and set this bolt head straight, won't you? Nod. Why not put down your abilities to work for peace? Or to shut down would be inconsistent with the order Sir gave you. Why not try working for peace instead of war? She's right. You were told to live, and live is what you'll do. If you don't have a war to wage anymore, you can use your talents to bring in a new future of peace and hope. But what are the appropriate protocols? This unit possesses little practical experience in peacetime operations. You can access Stigma 4, can you not? By interfacing with its memory banks, you might you not be able to, say, find knowledge of lost civilizations? Civilizations that you might simulate for the edification of those who live now?
Indeed, such a task would be within this unit's capabilities, but what about when that task is complete? Without an ongoing mission, sooner or later this unit is bound to lose its purpose. What happens then? Ear flop. Thinking. Well, let's see now. I suppose you could always open a cafe. Back in Old Charlie, and there's a fine establishment called The Last Stand. People gather there to share food, drink, company, and reasons to meet again. Ah, I see how this leads into the Omicron quests now. Sucro delivered her world from the brink of despair and helped people dream of a brighter future once more. What if we could do the same for the other civilizations Meteon found? This unit finds the furry lifeform suggestion difficult to process. I've been given secret hugs while in this cutscene, and a wave goodbye. And yet, realizing accurate simulations of myriad civilizations, including those the Omicrons have not encountered, would undoubtedly challenge this unit to the fullest. It is reason to remain active for the foreseeable future. Precisely! See? I knew I was onto something here. Speaking of here, Sucro, do you know anywhere nearby that could use a good cafe? Gasp. There's that really empty clearing worth nothing in it that looks like a cafe already. There's an empty structure that might be suited for it in the necropolis. Well, why didn't you say so sooner? Well, you didn't ask sooner. And yeah, both of you did a good job in that dungeon as far as I could tell. You did it. I wish society hadn't ruined the word goon. But we still have Dragoon, at least. How the frick do I get here on purpose again? Over here, I think. But yeah, you both did good in the dungeon. Good Bard and Dragoon gameplay. I died, though. Right. The crystal pathway of sadness. Well, no, this wasn't the pathway of sadness yet. That was after the necropolis. However, this is still of sadness because of the song, probably. Cool void in the sky. That's probably fine. Graha, could you please put your sacrificial crystal pathway on the map? That too, but like, at least map it out, right? It does look kinda, yeah. There's the pathway of sadness over there. Sometimes I think about the song as Tales of Lulls and Fire and Fate instead. Oh. Initializing Café security system. Defenses engaged. Concerning. Analysis indicates that in order to obey the primary directive, live, it will be necessary to establish cooperation with other civilizations. This unit has taken the liberty of accessing Stigma 4 and simulating a highly advanced war machine from Gordona. Do take care not to be annihilated. This unit has been dispatched to support N7000 in its new mission and looks forward to dispensing various liquids. This is going to be an amazing questline, isn't it? Hey, I think I might as well just unlock the Omicron quest now if it's right freaking here, right? It's going to be right freaking here, right? I think we're shuffling the order around significantly. Oh, would you look at that? A spacious counter, outdoor seating, and a fine layer of homey gray dust. Best of all is the view of that massive dead star that Meteon was lurking in for ages, looming ominously overhead. People are gonna love this. Think about it, it's poetic. The very place where hope was nearly extinguished forevermore, now a beacon of it. This unit has still not fully processed the concept of a cafe, but will simulate elements of lost civilizations as its ongoing mission. That'll be just fine, N7000. You focus on what you do best and leave the rest to me. I'll have you know I learned a thing or two about preparing and serving victuals and beverages in my time at the Lost Stand. Not to mention that I've come up with the perfect name for our new establishment, the Last Dregs. An aspiring moniker, wouldn't you say? This unit is unable to process this statement. It must defer to the furry lifeform's judgment. I'll take that as a yes. Now, we'd best get to work. There are many preparations to be made before we're ready to open for business. You're more than welcome anytime, though, Sucro. Oh, and please tell the other loporrits I'm not dead. Nod. Sucro's healer outfit right now is the sort of thing that one could conceivably wear to a cafe. Also, I'm realizing, I think, that, first of all, you could wear basically anything to a cafe, probably, but also, that was a 6.0 optional dungeon, right? And I think that these quests were added in like 6.2 or something, probably. Anyways, it's botany time in space. This unit welcomes Funk Sucro and reports that this unit is currently in the process of observing the residual energy exuded by the dead star. This unit's next task is to analyze this data and utilize it in recreating remnants of lost civilizations from the depths of Meteon's memories. A cultural salvage operation, if you would. I was not prepared for Funk Sucro either. The cafe at the end of the universe. That's a hitchhiker's guide to the galaxy, almost. Welcome, Sucro, to the Last Dregs. Long last, we're open for business, and that's not all. Questioning head tilt. Parentheses botany. This unit recommends you allow the squeaky lifeform to elaborate. Please be advised that this recommendation does not extend to other conversations. God, I love the writing in this game sometimes. Yeah, it's restaurant at the end of the universe in the Hitchhiker's context. For one thing, we've cleaned the place up since your last visit. That counter is clean enough to eat off of. It looks the same to me because I was here 1 second ago. We've also recruited additional omicrons to our cause. They have absolutely not better to do and are thus stationed here at all hours. I fear their lack of customer service experience may prove an issue, however, so I think it best that our first patrons be similar to the people of Aetheris. You lot have been awfully understanding of our slip-ups with the moon. To fulfill that objective, this unit has taken the liberty of ordering the replication of passively intelligent lifeforms based on data recovered from the dead ends. These lifeforms now exist as tangible simulations, much like this unit itself, allowing them to enjoy cafe services. If you orient your ocular orbs to my right, you will find Patron 001 and Patron 002 of the Corellian people. Oh. Prepare to die, traitor! I shall now obliterate your hideous helm and your belligerent brain with it. Ideological alignment with the global community is the only way to restore peace. That and the utter annihilation of our enemies. You would say that, mongrel. You've long since ceased to see beyond the leash around your neck. Or perhaps it's that tasteless headwear that's cutting off oxygen to your brain. It's the same but blue and red instead. You and your masters know naught of righteousness. The peace you offer is but apathy, self-determination subjugated to the pull of the yoke. Pray that you know that you at last know freedom and death. I'm gonna solve this with botany somehow. As you can see, it's not going as well as we'd hoped. The data indicates that while the Corellians prospered materially under the global community, the anti-establishment freedom fighters fought back against its oppressive social conditions, leading to total annihilation of both civilization and star. So, the entire concept of this questline is basically, in a way, allowing these dead civilizations to live again. And it's also just kind of like really cool to like bring all of these people back to life in a way. Also, yeah, why did you make their... Maybe Stigma 4 didn't replicate the ammo. Maybe it's like paintball guns and they don't know it yet because they haven't fired. Excuse me. Seems like both of you want the same thing. To put an end to this conflict and live happily ever after. Also to murder each other, but that didn't turn out so well for you last time. How about you take a seat and talk this over? Stigma 4 probably would have made an assumption like that, actually. That would follow really reasonably with like what the omicrons might assume based on their own civilization, actually, now that you mention it. I suppose this will have to do for the time being. For you see, I have something even more important to show you. With me. Wait. I don't know how I'm gonna solve this with botany, but I'll do my best. Oh, huh. Can you see it? Here at the end of the universe, a new star has been born. Wait, what? Wait, what? That seems extremely important. Furthermore, readings confirm that this unidentified star is composed of dynamis. What? With the Insinger gone, Ultima Thule should no longer be doomed to despair. Yet what kind of star, what civilization could have arisen out of the dynamis of this place? I shudder to think. That is precisely why this unit recommends eliminating potential threats immediately. The looming specter of hostile civilization is not conducive to carrying out current orders to live. Yeah, them angrily sitting at the table is pretty funny too, yeah. These quests seem wild. Wow. Have you learned nothing from the Corellians? We cannot simply go about annihilating everybody who looks at us askance. Besides, it would be a shame to waste any potential resources the star has to offer. It's not as if we're rolling in tea leaves out here. Oh, that's where I'm gonna solve things with botany. This unit finds the imminently killable lifeform's outlook to be intolerably naive. In the 7000, watching a playthrough of Fire Emblem Fate's Conquest. Hey! Hey! Okay, that's enough of that from me. Anyway, I'll show you imminently killable, you weird-looking fork! Anyway, I propose that with your help, Sucro, we first investigate this newborn star. There'll be plenty of time for annihilating later should such measures be called for. If both eminently killable lifeforms insist, you may access the research portal from base Omicron. This unit will accompany you for your own safety. These quests seem astounding. So, oh, this counts as okay. I do have all of my quest allowances for these. So I'm thinking I might even want to just do whatever random quests we have once those exist as well. Just like, you know, show those for both of the quests. I'm committing to a lot of time today. Huh, hot beverages are but an opiate to the masses. God. Outstanding, this quest line. Already. Also, can I get one of these guns? Does this place even have a menu? Funk Sucro. Organic lifeform Funk Sucro will be pleased to know that liquid dispensation is imminent. How may this unit assist you? What do you do here? Omicron Unit M104 is a standard operations and project management unit. It served at base Omicron prior to its present deployment. Yeah, that is true too, with the jingle. Currently it is functioning as a barista unit for the purposes of spreading hope throughout the universe in accordance with the Prime Directive. However, management has yet to provide this unit with an apron befitting its station. To quote the tiny manager, a place where travelers can drink in the sight of the spectacular dead star at Ultima Thule's heart and also a variety of beverages. Allegedly named after the Last Stand, a similar venue located on the star Aetheris, the Last Dregs welcomes the patronage of simulated lifeforms regardless of the nature of their original doom. Staff is to restore and maintain customers' hope by any means necessary. Operational support is provided by Logistics Matrix Stigma 4, so please rest assured that any hindrance to this mission will be eliminated with extreme prejudice. Tell me about Gordona. Cross-referencing Stigma 4's memory data. Bing! Gordona was the first civilization that units from the Alphatron star encountered, and ultimately conquered upon achieving interstellar travel. At the time, we believed that Gordona's machines were the true leaders of its civilization. Gordona was thus registered as a threat and annihilated with a swiftness. It was only after extermination had concluded that we learned that the Gordonites were in fact silicon-based lifeforms. Though further data on their true nature remains scarce, historical reconstruction is an ongoing endeavor. Man, at this rate, I might have to like return here and learn and like show progress because this is incredible. Where am I supposed to be going? Oh, over here. These are inconvenient without flight in this region, I see. Perhaps I should switch to getting the ether currents first. I feel like there should be a Garlemald restoration type of thing instead. Of all these brilliant machine-building machines, why did we get stuck with the rude one? Beyond this portal, you will find a research area constructed for the purposes of collecting data on the new star. You may proceed with caution to the star from there. Color me impressed. By Stigma 4, that is. It's the one that made all of this. Now look sharp, Forky. The Forkies are not what they seem. Oh. Garland Mold Restoration will be good if they do that. Weird, they have a separate mending NPC here. Apparently, if we wish hard enough, this will teleport us all the way to the new star. How hard is hard enough? This unit has already given the order to increase the instruments and material available in A4 research. Potential enemies will not find base Omicron unprepared. FTL travel initialized, calibrating coordinates. If it were specifically like a tribal quest, that would be quite ironic from Garlemald's perspective. Much surprise and gasping. It's dirt in space. This is very cool though. If Ultima Thule is governed by sentiment, does that mean this huge thing came straight from someone's heart? Was it initializing scan of planet's surface and core? Environmental scans inconsistent with data from previously recorded planets. No signs of civilization detected. This unit can only assume that the star is entirely new. Unlike anything seen before.
Emergency alert from the last dregs. This unit will now transmit directly from Stigma 4. Customers designated Patron 001 and Patron 002 resisting delivery of sustenance. Weapons have been drawn. Please advise. Resisting? In the world did you serve them? As proposed by the flea-ridden manager, staff first attempted to provide patrons with locally rendered carrots. These were rejected as not food. Gordona oil and omicron grease were also rejected, despite databases indicating that these substances fulfilled 95% of the criteria for designation as food. Words unsuitable for transmission also issued forth from patrons at this time. God, the writing in these is incredible, amazing already. That's quite a sucro face. The torrent of verbal abuse activated the Gordona Guardian's moderation filters, causing it to set weapon systems to purge. All remaining units have withdrawn behind available cover. God. Now I'm just imagining the Omicrons trying to establish a message board. Projections indicate a 99.9783% chance of failure should further arbitration be attempted by current staff. Management support requested. It sort of expected this. This is sucro. After all, artificial carrots just aren't right. Where's the fresh and juicy crunch? Where's the slight aftertaste of dirt? Sucro would be slightly aghast at swearing, perhaps. Have you tried any other food? This may sound far-fetched, but perhaps they don't like carrots. Have you ever considered they might not want carrots? I don't know why anyone would bother putting other things in their mouth when there are perfectly good carrots lying about, but very well. I suppose we'll need to concoct some sort of nutritious admixture. Data indicates that cultivation prospects in Ultima Thule are abysmal. To manufacture ingredients would require a dedicated production plant. Given the fate of our aforementioned carrots, that simply will not do. But what of this new star? Could it not be used to cultivate the fresh culinary ingredients we need? I can see it now! Our customers' contentment upon tasting the most delicious and nutritious cuisine they've ever had! The sight should delight me as much as 100 carats of happiness at least. Hey, guess what? It's made of dynamis. I thought this was gonna happen. The sparkling in Jammingway's eyes. Goodness me! My voice cracked accidentally, but it worked extremely well for this purpose. Scanning soil, acidity, moisture content, and temperature within acceptable parameters. Vegetables imagined. It's soft under my paws, as if it's simply begging for cultivation. I'm starting to understand how botany can help. Indeed, analysis indicates that 56.2% of cultivars registered to database during prior conflicts with organic civilizations would be suited to this environment. This is very cool. This star grant my wish. I suppose given the nature of this place, it's not unreasonable to believe that residual energies from Medion's nest could have coalesced into a new star, nor that said star would be as susceptible to emotion as the rest of the dynamis around here. This theory is excessively convenient, but the data does not contradict it. I'm laughing way more at this questline than I expected. I didn't know what to expect. Your ability to insult me even when we're in agreement never ceases to amaze. Fortunately for you, I have better things to do than bicker with a bucket of bolts right now. Oh, magics of creation, feel the craving deep within my soul and grant me endless carrots! Nope. Perhaps gluttony does not qualify as an emotion. I can't believe how dunked on this rabbit is right now. Like, thoroughly and repeatedly.
I got my hopes for the cafe due, apparently. Unlike my, however sincere visions of carrots specifically, that intangible hope for a potential future took form as tillable earth, in which case perhaps the joy of as yet unrealized possibility is the key to success here. Thus shall we call it Elysian, a joyful land where our hopes may come to rest.
Also a very cool sword that you can use if you're a force. The mythology at work here remains alien to this unit, but the overexcited organism's speculation has merit. Dynamis has been demonstrated to make the impossible possible. God, the loporrit quests are gonna be great too, aren't they? However, the data also shows that it lends itself as easily to ill as to good. If the beings of Ultima Thule succumb to despair once more, the consequences will be dire. This unit does not even need to run the calculations to be sure.
Oh, boil my carrots, I forgot all about the customers. We must attend to them with all haste, lest they warp the nature of the star.
Nod. Sucro has like a billion food items in her backpack right now. Oh. Of course there's unique music here. It's like the Pixie realm. Elysian housing win. God. This place is gonna be freaking beautiful as I progress the questline, isn't it? Just like the Pixie realm. Oh, and the music is really good. Have I shown the Pixie Dream Realm on stream? I think I did, like briefly, since I completed those. Oh, there's a teleport to the dregs. So I don't need the ether currents immediately.
Do I look like a peacekeeper to you? That metallic taste will haunt me till the day I die. Ugh, this is what I get for breaking bread with the freedom fighters. My mouth is so oily.
This unit must admit that its projections were insufficient for having failed to anticipate this outcome.
Please, if you would just sit down for a nice calming cup of tea. As if I would fall for your ruse a second time. That food you served us made me long for the days of chewing a boot in the trenches. Deeply though it pains me, I must agree. That was the least palatable vegetable I've ever eaten. Wartime or no, if I die, my blood is on your hands. Heavens, we can't have that. We wish only to satisfy our customers, to bring them joy so that they may never again fall to despair. What dishes would bring you joy, if I might ask? Everything we typically eat, from beans to beef, is manufactured according to specifications that I could not begin to guess at, but I would take anything even approaching normal at this point. Perhaps a salad to cleanse the palate of that horrid oil. As long as there are none of those genetically modified logs in it this time. I see, 2 salads with completely organic ingredients coming right up.
How soon your paltry gray matter forgets there's a dearth of produce in this corner of the universe. Even on the new star, seeds will require time to grow.
Oh, but surely Sucro can do something about that. Gasp. You are a botanist, are you not? Surely there must be some manner of edible flora around here, inconspicuous though it may be.
If you are mining instead of botanying, what is this text box? You're a miner, right? Surely you can mine a carrot or whatever. Yeah, that is an interesting detail. They don't know how their food is made.
And I dare say local ingredients are something of a conversation starter, so that could be the next step toward our patrons resolving their, differences. Wouldn't that be lovely? Leave it to me, I guess. You need only relax and wait. We'll serve you a delicious dinner yet.
Reluctantly reviewing natural resource database. Bing! Promising nodes located. Here is a cool computer screen. Onions growing in the Reatara area show acceptable nutrient composition. Database indicates that they may also provide desired flavor to the impending salad.
While you do that, we'll see if we can't scrounge up a few more ingredients from our stores. Though I still cannot imagine why one would prefer other foodstuffs to carrots, I must admit I find this culinary experimentation rather invigorating.
I think it's funny that cooking way has absolutely nothing to do with all this nonsense. Gather prime alien onions. I've definitely made this a little more difficult on myself by not having flight yet. I know nothing about spirits within, so I don't know if that makes any sense to me or not. Prime alien onion. Cooking way is busy steaming hams. Oh yeah, I didn't show that. I made funny image. I also spelled a word wrong in it, but don't worry about it. I didn't put this on the screen at any point. But I drew this for some reason. And thou claimeth thy hams are steamed when they beareth the telltale marks of a grill. I spelled beareth wrong. The reason that I thought of this is because the meal kits that I got some meal kits for various burgers, and it occurred to me that due to the way the specialized oven cooks them, they are in fact steamed hams. I think Bareth would be B-A-R-E-T-H. This is not a corrected version, but I think it would be based on the word bear, like B-A-R-E, and not bear like animal. Unless both of those are correct. Language is confusing. Cooking Way making that face in the final panel is very funny though, to me. Huh, maybe it is correct. Anyway. Water crystals, but also alien onion. A fresh, pungent vegetable primed to conquer the palate of unwitting life forms. Only for use in Omicron tribal quests. Did I get 4? Yes, I did. So, I'm eternally pranked by the gathering RNG here, because it'll be like, gather 3 things, and the effect will trigger and make me gather 4 of them. Filling my inventory with useless onions for the eternity until I delete them. I don't want to make my home point here. That's silly. Wait. Oh, there it is. Okay, so this would actually take longer with flying, I guess. At least for this initial stage. I think what I'll do is I'll do this quest to unlock them. Then I'll do the quest to unlock the loporrits. Then I'll get the ether currents here. And then if I still feel like doing stuff, I'll show some of the initial random loporrit and omicron quests. That seems like it makes sense to me. Does that make sense? The return of allied lifeform Sucro is most welcome. This unit can only help that the other organic lifeforms will now cease their whining. Hold on, I should speak to them, see what they're whining about. Are you planning to feed us those ashen plants over there? Never been fond of ash in my mouth, though I suppose there might be a certain nostalgia to it now. Wow. I struggle to understand why you've ushered us back into existence in this fashion. The wheel of time does not turn in reverse. Huh, they're aware of that. Weeds are a vegetable, correct? Quality and quantity of provided ingredients exceed the expected parameters. Yours, maybe. I knew Sucro would go above and beyond. Now to put these greens to the test. That's a very glowy salad. Needless to say, I fear for my life, but now you've gone to so much trouble, I suppose we should try it. Sound of eating a salad through a helmet. An astoundingly robust spectrum of flavor and texture. I was unaware that food could possess such pleasant complexity. Mass-produced dishes pale in comparison. Watch your tongue. The global community solved world hunger through automation, you know. You lot would have scurvy thrice over without it. Still, I must admit that the flavor is unique. Though we replicated a wide variety of cultivars in our factories, just as many were consigned to history. I see now what a loss that was. There is an appeal to having the freedom to choose what you eat, is there not? Though I recognize the validity of your world hunger argument. Perhaps there is room for both perspectives at this table. As this peculiar waiter observed, our haste to elevate one at the expense of others has not served us well in the past. Hard words to hear from a freedom fighter, but not wrong. That's the spirit. I'm certain you two have plenty in common if you're willing to hear each other out. In the meantime, why not help us with the gardening? At least some of that pent-up energy that has you shouting at each other all the time. Think about it. It's honest, non-violent work. And the more you grow, the more new flavors you can experience. We have a patch of land on a new star that has your names on it. Well, your patron designations anyway. What do you say? Nod. I cannot claim I'd be happier on the battlefield. I fought in the name of peace until there was naught left to fight, or to fight for. There has to be a better way. Mayhap in safeguarding life rather than taking it, I'll find out what that is. This is the most powerful salad known in existence. I hesitate to align my ethos with that of a global citizen, yet it is true that we now have the freedom to choose a better future. Nod. Very well, I shall put down my arms and travel a different path this time around. Then it's a truce! Let us plant those vegetables! Oh, I smell hope! It smells like carrots of happiness, if you were wondering. Perhaps Elysian can smell it too. Inconclusive and 80% nonsensical. However, possibilities resulting from this unlikely alliance approach the infinite. I suppose that means we'll have to go and see for ourselves. Come along, patrons. This is making me want to cover every part of this questline on camera, but I've already not done that for the hippo riders, but this is even better than that so far. Also, this is a cool view of Omicron civilization over there, or Omicron remnants. Oh, wrong one. Wait, no, correct, actually. Whoop. I think there's New Game Plus for stuff like this, but I might be wrong. So maybe I could show it in that way. Despite the small yet statistically significant chance of their being greeted by hostiles, the naive lifeform has sent Patron 001 and Patron 002 ahead to Elysian. This unit suggests we make haste in confirming what effects, if any, their emotions have wrought on the star. Yo! Yo, this rules. The Corellians' heartfelt hopes for a peaceful future have taken form as resplendent gardens. This is really not unlike the Pixie stuff in like more than one way, because like that's a dream world made of hope and stuff too. Wait. Is Fae Nonsense Dynamis? Huh. Dynamis, but like for pranks. Yeah, definitely moving. This questline is gonna be really good, huh? Nevertheless, much of the newborn star remains as unto a blank canvas. What other hopes will the power of Dynamis bring to life? God, we're gonna see all this, like, seeing like this Corellian space architecture that is just, and like all these plants and stuff that are just completely unknown to us. They made so many like new models for this alone. This is impressive from like a game design and planning standpoint, and also just really dang cool. This rules. Also look at their space mower. Look at the size of it. It's not the size. Well, the shape is odd too. Look at this, look at these crystal fruit. Yeah, the middle of the, it does look like a symbol of some kind. Oh yeah. This is super cool. Like, I know the loporrit quests are gonna be great too, but I think these might be my favorite ones, like, instantly. The Corellians seem to be multiplying. I wonder if these ones are pulled from the mire of despair out there, just like our patrons. In any case, we're going to need more salad. As I was considering the myriad possibilities we might sow upon this unmarred land, I was filled with a strange sense of optimism. Next I knew there were plants all about. Yeah, that's N64 platformer and or Klonoa is a very vibe of that. Oh, these things though. This octoplant. This is like a, this has spore vibes to me a little bit. Or maybe Grow Song of the Evertree vibes a little bit around here. A mixture of vibes. Dynamis-based alterations to the local environment exceed all but the most improbable of projections. Data from prior civilizations indicates that organic customers will be pleased with the vegetation available for consumption. This unit proposes a temporary retreat to A4 Research to discuss future salads and salad-adjacent matters. Look, I know the mount from the Omicron quest is probably like the level checker or whatever. But imagine if it was one of these lawnmowers. That'd be really funny. Sucro drive a lawnmower through the air. Our efforts have borne fruit more strange and beautiful than I could have possibly imagined. All management units are present. This unit will now run multiple cognitive simulations of the last Dreg's future. Mow the earth to a sail. Analysis complete. Simulations suggest that further consultation with reconstructed lifeforms and changes to the nature of Elysian will both be beneficial in increasing future customer satisfaction. Overall, friendly interaction appears key to the success of the last Dreg's objectives, which are vital to the ongoing mission to live. In other words, if we continue to value our patrons, our cafe will become an ever greater source of joy. This unit would not make such a fanciful projection, but nevertheless agrees with the general trajectory proposed. The ongoing assistance of allied lifeform Sucro will also be invaluable. Will you continue to act as a management unit? I swore I'd never go back to retail? Warrior of Light backstory opportunity? The Cashier of Light? Count this unit in or whatever. Your cooperation is appreciated. In preparation for the next phase of operations, this unit proposes strategically repositioning Matrix Stigma 4 to this location, that it may better assist in coordinating planetary and Café objectives. Transmission of orders will commence at your signal. Nod. So part of me wants to be like, I want to cover as much of this as possible on camera, and the other part of me is like, I want to do as much of this as possible as soon as possible without caring about whether or not it's recorded. I'm conflicted because I'm very interested in this, but I also feel like it'd be very cool to show. But I also can't reliably stream all the time. Cool spin, Stigma 4. Retro thrusters on cooldown, initiating matrix installation. Orb approaches camera, threatening to eclipse it. I think Stigma 4 should get a little hat. Speaking of which, we have one more installation to attend to. Hold still in 7,000. Gasp? I don't know why. I don't know what I expected. Perfect. Now I can tell which Omicron the insults will be coming from. It also signifies your role in this operation quite well, does it not?
New mode engaged.
True. Crude yet effective. This unit will consent to wearing the large-eared lifeform's primitive accessory. Nod. Now, my loyal crew, to work. The possibilities are infinite, but there's much to be done. Nod. The last dregs unlocked. Does anyone have any opinions on whether or not I should make sure to show all like special last dregs quests on camera or whatever? Or should I just do those on my own time? I could do that, but I also just really wanted... I don't know. I don't know. I guess we could do that. I feel like I also want to do it for the loporrits, because that's inevitably going to be also amazing, is the thing. But would doing 6 tribal quests at the start of every stream be a bit much? I don't know. That could work though. It'd be fine. Okay, so we only have materia here at the moment, of course. Oh, just the progression quest? But like... Okay, fair enough. I'll think about it. But for now, I think we should go... Well, the tribal quests are going to be repetitive, of course, but that's not going to be too bad. It's good to have something that's like at the opening of the stream, you know? So people can like show up. Okay, so the order I projected that we would be doing stuff in is completely shuffled around and all that, but... I'm gonna unlock the loporrit quests next. Then we're gonna go back to Ultima Thule and get all the ether currents, and then maybe do some of the loporrit and omicron quests that are like the... I don't know. Alright, dreaming lay, it's carpentry time. This is Sucro's carpenter outfit. It has the beret and glasses again because they're vital, but also the hand saint's jacket and whatnot. And the saw that's here. This is an outfit I haven't posted anywhere, but it does exist. I thought that person was like running forward to stab Dreamingway through the face with their sword. Must be Dreamingway. Looking every which way, that's a different loporrit. Probably. I don't remember my Dreamingway voice. Sucro, my friend, my chum, my pal, my old earthen flatware. Wait, what? What? How delighted I am to finally see you again. This is probably close enough to what I did. You do remember me, don't you? Of course, Dreamingway. Which one were you again? Of course I do, Dreamingway. Nod. Ah, you had me worried for a moment there, with how your eyes glazed over like that. In any case, I am truly glad to have found you at last. Aetherius is quite a bit larger than one anticipates, isn't it? Nod. And it's ever so intact. Such a widespread destruction, yes, but you and your friends did a remarkable job of saving it. I can see why you prefer to stay. Really, I do. But you must understand, you left a fair few of my fellow loporrits in a bind. Their sole purpose in life was to prepare for the moon for mankind, and now that you're not coming, well, they're depressed, not to mention bored. I know what that's like, to while away the days drifting from one dull task to another, occasionally bumping into walls. You managed to set me to rights, though. My days of listlessness are over, and I'm happier pursuing music than ever I was before, so I wondered. Could you not help my fellow loporrits as you helped me? Not all by yourself, of course. I promise I'll be there every hop, skip, and jump of the way. Nod. I knew you'd agree. It'd be best if you met the loporrits in question yourself, so please join me in Bestway's burrow as soon as you're able. Alright, leave it to me. Thank you. They're in a sorry state at the moment, but surely we can find some way to help. That funny jump reminds me, that's not an emote that I have access to, but there is an emote that is apparently from the latest variant dungeon, which I just bought because it was funny and I wanted to see Sucro do it. Humble Triumph. I like to see Sucro do the funny emote. She's exactly enough of a dork to do this. What a goofus. Sucro is great. Anyway, to the Benoy Zone! We're dealing with a lot of loporrits today, and that's great. I agree. Sucro is a great cat. Welcome, Sucro. Now that you're here, you've likely noticed that some of the other loporrits seem a bit floppy. Perhaps if you speak with them, you can get a clearer understanding of their plight. Nod. Once you're done, we shall formulate a plan of action forthwith. That's your third most used emote? Like in general or on this channel specifically? Because that's quite an honor if it's in general. And also, like, in general, it would be an honor anyway, I guess. Even if it was specifically on this channel. This bunny is sad.
Why do I seem so sad? Oh, I don't know. Perhaps because my entire life's work was all for naught? What a question. What's so wrong with moon living, huh? We worked so hard to make sure you'd be comfortable here and it's gone entirely to waste. Do you want to live here? No, I didn't think so. Hey, if they made housing here, I'd consider it. I would just need to have more than no money. Zucker will never have money. To think my carrots will ever remain untasted by mankind. And what of the loporrits? Day in, day out, we eat carrots, we grow carrots, we eat carrots again. It's as if the carrots are growing us. Was this their plot all along? No, don't give me $1 million, no. I'm trapped in a vicious carrot-based cycle. You are too generous. We've not invalidated every moon bunny's meaning to exist because plenty of them have found meaning. Crushing Way's still doing fine. Nothing Way is probably still a nihilist. Yeah. What about you, Recording Way? Recording Way seems to be doing okay. Yeah, that is true. You know those days that simply feel bad? When the carrots taste bland and nothing sounds like fun and you don't want to talk to your friends even though they're right here? Well, all of my days are those days. Also, these are some of this is weirdly accurate portrayal of depression. Maybe I'll take a nap again. Some of this is weirdly accurate portrayal of depression in bold italic font. I can relate to this. I know about this. Dreaming Way, we must help them. I see from your face that you met some of our wayward ways. They are indeed mood. Genuinely, thoughtfully presented depressed funny bunny, yeah. Wayward ways. Depressing, isn't it? Yeah. Depression is what it is. I wish I knew how to bring them out of the doldrums. Do you have any ideas? Perhaps they can find new dreams of their own. Or why not start by telling them of your dream? The details on this glove are ridiculous. Now that I'm seeing it up close. Maybe they can still find something to dream of. Like you did. New dreams? Well, I cannot believe I hadn't thought of that myself. If each of my fellows had their own dreams to guide them, they would be cured of their melancholy as surely as I was. Well, maybe not cured, but it would help. Potentially. Of course, finding one's dream is easier said than done. Perhaps we can help them on their respective ways by introducing the myriad options available. It took significant trial and error in my case, after all. We gather the loporrits who already have dreams together in a centralized location. That should make for a decent start. We simply show my listless fellows the fun to be had in various pursuits and bam! They'll be struck with inspiration so hard that we'll have to carry them out on stretchers. Nod. An operation of this scale will require permission from Living Way, though. I'm but one of the frankly excessive number of loporrits under her authority. She often reminds us our passing whims must be processed in the order they are received. Your whims, on the other part, are practically the whims of Aetheris itself, and would be prioritized accordingly. You'll lend your support to my petition, won't you? Leave it to me. I'm all about, finding loopholes in Banui bureaucracy. I guess. Bureaucracy. That's not anything. It's her. Quickly, put on your best person of Aetherius with high hopes for the future face. Wave. Living Way approaches menacingly. Slightly. Why, Sucro! What a pleasure to see you. May I say that you're looking especially person-like today? And Dreaming Way besides. Is there something I can assist you with? I've yet to find a willing instructor in the Ishgardian Horde, I'm afraid. Oh no, that is to say, you will doubtless have noticed that many a loporrits' fur is looking less than sleek lately. As to what can be done about it. I see. I've been grappling with the self-same concern. Large-scale projects like the Excitotron are, they are simply insufficient to occupy everyone here. Wait, the Excitotron is the loporrit thing? I forgot about that. So I say, why not? We have the whole moon at our disposal, and there's no reason a small portion of it should not be dedicated to loporrit enrichment. I even know a few folks who I'm certain would be willing to share their dreams. Wait just a moment. Where's Tweeting Way? By the way. And here they are! I can't do the Living Way voice super well. First, allow me to introduce Coining Way. They have a zest for monetary matters big and small and dream of minting their own currency. But no, minting currency is evil. Haven't you read The Inheritance Cycle? Dying internally. Anyway, Though your venue will be primarily a marketplace of dreams, you shall doubtless require a more tangible system to ensure that your collaborators are compensated fairly. That, I dare say, is where I come in. Rest assured that your participation in my experimental market will be invaluable in proving the moon's viability as an economic power. Coining Way. If you invent crypto, I'm going to have to kill you. Managing Way here will also be happy to join you. They were responsible for determining the layout of our facilities, delineating development projects, ensuring goals were met by each work division, and other such administrative matters. Look, I am always thinking about the villain speech about minting currency. Unfortunately, with the Exodus cancelled, much of their work has dried up, and it's been difficult to find another suitable outlet for their enthusiasm. According to my projections, each and every stage of this project must needs be strictly scheduled in order to meet target metrics. Would you like to see my charts? Rest well, and thanks for stopping by and helping with the dungeon. Oh, charts! How fortunate we are to be working with true experts in whatever it was that you said. No problem, you're always welcome. Nod. As well as Sucro, of course. You'll be staying, I hope. I can stop by to help. There's no greater expert in helping loporrits find their dreams than you. Even should we scour the moon, nay, the universe. Ahem, if I may. We will require a skilled artisan if we're to meet our goals. My files indicate that you have significant experience in this area. I've already added your name to the list of staff. It would be disruptive to remove it now, so I too must ask for your cooperation. Let's build some dreams. I feel much better knowing you'll be here to help. Do try to avoid causing Sucro undue trouble, yes? Nod. Now, I've taken the liberty of designating a space for your activities. Just beyond that door is a room to which we never assigned a real purpose. We've been using it for storage, but no one will be terribly put out if you use it as your venue. I cannot thank you enough, Living Way. I suppose the best way to show my gratitude will be to put that room and my staff here to good use. Come along, everyone. I fear they know not what trials lie in wait. One trial in particular. Whatever shall we do with our most wayward way?
How ominous. I sort of know what you mean. Wow. Sometimes I feel like this FC tag that we have now is appropriate because sometimes I look at Sucro and I say, wow, that's Sucro. Also, this is referring to Hopper's Hold, eh? The wow refers to Mikote Voice 5, if you don't know, which I've mentioned before. Neither Sucro nor Rika have this voice, but it is the voice that goes, wow, whew, oh, wow. I can't really do it. I can do a funny falsetto. Greetings, this supporter has been programmed to assist with dreaming-related needs. Today's automatically generated suggestion is chocobo jousting. If that changed to a random thing every day, that'd be very funny. I must say, I was expecting a glorified closet, but this location is not half bad. There, and...
Wow, wow, wow.
True.
Yes, and that layout will allow us to maximize efficiency.
Maximally efficient DJing and dancing, as we'll learn eventually, I guess. Hey, there's a concept container over there.
I didn't think it was possible to dream any bigger than I already have, but look at this place.
At least I think that's a concept container that was floating around.
Still needs a lot of work before we can open to the dreamless public, however, so without further ado, ahem, if I may. Before we begin to build, it's vital that we clarify our vision to ensure unity of purpose and stoke the flames of motivation. Otherwise, we shall find ourselves giving up halfway through, or worse, executing inefficient processes. I see. In that case, I suppose my vision is to build a stage for musical performances. That is my dream, after all. We will also require a commercial area wherein my new currency can change paws. I imagine we might procure a variety of merchandise as well. No objections here. Then I shall assume you'll take care of the more tedious labor. Meanwhile, I shall be polishing my currency and meditating upon the finer points of value determination. I can scarcely wait to begin pricing. As far as labor is concerned, I'm happy to contract building way services. The construction systems at his disposal should see our task carried out that much swifter. That said, the components we use in our construction efforts will greatly benefit from a master craftswoman's touch. Sucro, that is to be your responsibility. Leave it to me. I can carpenter a thing. I like your attitude, Sucro. I can see that you'll go far here. For the moment, you should focus on creating components for the frame of Dreaming Way's stage. It's vital that we prevent any wibbling, wobbling, or outright collapse. I've taken charge of our inventory, so you need only deliver the fruits of your labor to me. Oh boy, time for the crafting. That should be everything you need. But if you require additional raw materials, you'll find this dreaming supporter fully stocked. If I were level 90, this would be the easiest thing in the world, because there's one funny button that solves every problem. But I'll drink some tea first. Musicking station component. Let's do a trial synthesis. The one funny button is trained eye. Increase quality by 100% if the recipe level is at least 10 levels below yours. However, I wonder if one of my funny cheating macros will do fine. Nope. Time to wait for the actions to execute. I barely understand how crafting
Ah, yeah, that makes sense. I think I also did not process it. The funny thing about macros is this. Indeed it is. But I think I can probably manage this fine. Let's see. Reflect. Waste not 2. Innovation. Basic touch. Standard touch. Basic touch. Wait, my durability is so low. What the heck? Hold on. Wait, how do you do this? Wait, you don't have to make it high quality. It's not high quality, it's normal quality. Never mind. Well, that was trial synthesis, so it's fine. That's way easier. And then, it did a... They made it sound like they wanted high quality stuff, and I just sort of assumed from how like other quests go that that would be requested of me. You finished, if I may. These are precisely what I asked for. Well done, Sucro. Now, for liability reasons, I must ask you to wait here during constructions. Pray give us a few moments to activate the building systems. Behold the stage of my dreams, from which we shall share the joys of music with all of loporrit kind. I've seen a tiny bit of this. Wait, who's the DJ, if it's not Dreamingway? Impressive, is it not? Even more so when we... turn up the music! I've heard this. I wrote this one myself. Doesn't it make you want to hippity hop? Frankly, you've exceeded my expectations. Rarely is the first stage of a project such a success. Allow me to draw your attention to the shopping station. When you are handsomely rewarded with my original loporrit carrots, you will doubtless enjoy spending them here. You've certainly outdone yourself, though I still have my doubts as to whether you'll find anyone to purchase that slide. But wait, there's more! If you'll kindly follow me. The DJ could be tweeting way. Oh, right. This part. I was not ready for the air horn. Sucro applause. Naught bespeaks a well-run organization with plentiful financial returns like uniforms. I do feel rather more official now. These shirts should keep our mutual goals at the forefront of our minds. A friend mentioned to me that the bards and musicians of Aetheris often don peculiar accessories, and so the glasses seemed appropriate for Dreamingway. Now we can locate our leader at a distance. Questioning head tilt. Thank you, Coiningway. They do lend a certain weight, possibly of expectation. I'll do my utmost not to disappoint. Pardon me, but what is this place? I couldn't help but follow the music, and before I knew what was happening, I'd hopped all the way here.
This, my friend, is a workshop. The workshop of dreams. That does have a nice ring to it, doesn't it? Almost musical. In any case, feel free to stay for as long as you like. God, the one in the back with the sunglasses down doing the DJ work is also great. Oh, they have carrot, like, I forgot they had carrot glow sticks. Where am I? Everyone looks so happy. Am I allowed to join in? I wish someone could tell me what to do. Time for dancing. Ahem, if I may. I do hope they find their way. Surely there's a dream out there for everybody. Thank you for helping to make mine a reality. But we're just getting started. There are still plenty of dreams out there to make space for, and loporrits to lure into our helpful clutches. I'm counting on you, Sucro. This feels like it got to the point way faster. By the way, what is this ruckus? Can't they just be quiet? Hopping around like fools won't change anything one whit. Concerned Sucro face. Dreaming Way's Dreaming Workshop is now open to the public. Patrons can dance the night away at the musicking station, or shop until they flop at the shopping station. There's much yet to be done, however, if each loporrit is to find new purpose. Continue expanding the workshop to see what dreams may come. Yeah, that went a lot faster than the Omicron ones. I don't know if we could really tell the ashen part of that loporrit, but sad bunny. Yeah, evil bunny. That went a lot faster than the Omicron ones. The loporrits have linked the teleportation portal in the Dreaming Workshop to the one near the Aetherite. Menacing way. Way to go. That's a good achievement title. Oh, you can go on stage. Oh, you can't go into the DJ booth. This game sucks. Look at him go. Look at them go. Sucro, no, don't drink the tea. I mean, you can if you want. There's nothing wrong with the tea. Final Fantasy XIV is a really good video game. Please observe this image and reach the same conclusion. Well, this is a video, I guess, but you know what I mean. Observe this scene as evidence of my statement. This seems like a good time to do this again. Which also means gambling way. I mean ghosts. Is it this or that?
It was that again. I think it was that the first time. It feels like it's that often. I mean, it should be that at least 50% of the time, but I feel like it's more than that. Anyway. Hello. Congratulations to those who won, and condolences to those who did not. This is still happening. I think when they announced the loporrit quests and the rewards became apparent, one of my first reactions was, oh no, because you can get a dance floor, not unlike this one, I assume. And having seen the fact that like about 90% of the housing districts are composed of nightclubs, the fact that they just added a dance floor made me go, oh no, the nightclubs are becoming more powerful. Or the dance clubs or the whatever. I think both of those things could be true. Possibly. What else do we have over here? I mean, there are carrots. They could use the carrots like the wasabi sticks. Oh, they do look kind of like the concept tubes a little bit too. By the way, do we have an actual name for the DJ? Is Mixing Way the real name of the DJ loporrit? Because that's good if it is. And even if it isn't, that's good. Mixing Way seems like the best DJ loporrit name possibility. They do look like these. They do look like these. Ah, you just made that up. Well, until I know otherwise, Mixing Way is what I will think of them as. So also, I think I have decided that it does seem reasonable to like check up on the Omicron and Loporrit quests if I have like a key quest, let's call them, to advance to the next stage of those at the start of a stream available. I don't have to like do all the miscellaneous random quests at the start of the stream, but if I get to a key quest, I'll save it for the start of a stream, and that should be okay. Because like, even if I don't manage to stream for a bit... Oh, you can drive on this. Even if I don't manage to stream for a bit, I have plenty of other quests I can work on with the allowances that I've got, so it doesn't really feel like I'm losing anything if I just sit there on the advancement quests for a while. And on that note, let's go get the ultima thule ether currents, why don't we? That's our final task for today, I believe. These don't have like elaborate storylines attached to them, I think, so this should be... So let's see. Yeah, I did the elpis ether currents, I unlocked the loporrits and the omicrons. I did the optional dungeon, so this is the last thing on today's list. And there should be 4 of these still? Yeah. There's 2 of them. And there's 2 of them. So 2 of them are Ia and 2 of them are Omicron. I accidentally pivoted on my cool motorcycle. Shucks. Ending as one, and a most stimulating discussion. Thinking. So this is what it looks like when they're thinking.
How fortunate that you are here, corporeal being, for we are in need of your assistance. I am sure you saw some of my kind drifting about the untamed wilds just over there. As I understand, they are binding their spirits together as one, in hopes of diluting their consciousness and thereby erasing their sorrows. Unfortunately, the resulting amalgam doubtless longs for more minds to incorporate, and if other Ia approach it, we may be drawn into the growing mass against our will. Your corporeal form seems to outweigh your mental capacity, so you should be safe, however. Please destroy the collective consciousness before it kills us all. Nod? Your ready acceptance gladdens me. I believe that if you lay waste to 2 wandering souls, the amalgam will appear. Do be aware that while your mind is safe, it may present other dangers, should it realize what you're attempting.
Great! I'll grab my stuff. There is no time. My spells are enough. And also my chocobo. Funny prank of quest synced to your level, but the enemy is not. I mean, the enemy that spawns likely will be. Yeah, they did, but I've learned to ignore them. Sucro is probably pretty lightweight, too. So that's like a double insult for this scrawny cat. I mean, everyone, most people, all playable characters in this game. Well, I mean, they could have weight in muscle, I suppose. More people have been to Germany than I have is a very funny statement. Like, it's logically true, but like upon scrutiny it falls apart like immediately. Which I guess is what you're getting at. Are these quests gonna be like really short? This one is.
I see you made quick work of the amalgam. Of course, it is well within each Ia's rights to choose when they wish to end their own existence, but to force others to join them, however accidentally, is another matter. This whole ordeal has led me to contemplate how I should meet my own demise. But forgive me, I forgot such matters are not left to choice for your kind. Truthfully, I envy you, to go forth each day full of vigor, not knowing when your lives will be unexpectedly snuffed out. It must feel incredible. My apologies if I have made you uncomfortable. I am unused to speaking with mortals. Be assured that I appreciate your help, and you have given me much to think about regarding death, or perhaps life.
Here's some dye, I freaking guess. Okay, bye. Yeah, these are gonna be fairly short. There's a few other things I can do that I've thought of to like actually end the stream. So it's not like we're just gonna do these really short quests and then go like, goodbye.
Pardon me, traveler. I lack the sense of time as perceived by those of finite lifespans. But might you be able to spare a moment to speak with some of my fellow Ia? It is rare to find one so unmarred by the scars of deepest wisdom. Your appearance and perceptions as an outsider differ so much from our own that I wonder if a degree of interaction might prove stimulating for both parties.
Sure.
Much obliged.
I shall mark the location on your map. They tend to spend considerable time frequenting their usual haunts. It's fun to attempt to speak with weird enunciation on purpose. They're poking each other's fingers. What does that mean? I'm glad you think so. Hey, what are you inquisitive about over here? Also, whoa, I didn't notice this. The land is like dissolving away at the edge of the platform here. That's a cool detail I didn't see before. Boaster, we might not need your assistance for this. Huh? Oh, you must be that traverser from beyond who's been causing quite a stir around our abode. Nod. What a stroke of luck. In fact, I had been hoping I might have the opportunity to exchange thoughts with you and your companions. For you see, I for too long whiled away my days in listless banality, drifting waywardly as my mental faculties dulled and slowed. I so longed to strike up a stimulating conversation with a traveler, yet for so long none would pay me visit. That said, I never imagined you would have such a strange physical form. Pray tell, how do you keep your balance? What keeps your innards from spilling out through one of the multiple orifices in your body? Oh, but pardon me, truly I meant no offense. Clearly life in your world found this shape to be suitable, perhaps even necessary for your survival. Perhaps our own original form was equally horrifying. Seeing you makes me wonder indeed what our corporeal forms once looked like. Would our limbs be as lengthy and unwieldy? Our heads as bulbous and unbalanced? Perhaps we resembled your kind in more ways than not. The Ia were originally Fumos, but that's perfection. Why would you want to change that? Hey. Hello, Elite Mark. Fan Ale. It's funny that there's an elite dragon mark that's not in the dragon part of Ultima Thule. This song is ridiculous. And by that I mean it's way too powerful. Are you aware that you're meditating near hostiles? Probably. What a curious being you are. Have my peers discovered how to regain their corporeal forms while I remained lost in thought? No, of course not. Come to think of it, I wonder if we ever possess the peculiar form that you now do. Oh dear, I fear this always happens when I delve too much into such ruminations. The very moment I attempt to regain clarity, it triggers this most unpleasant reaction. If my fellow Ia have not found a way for us to reacquire our corporeality, perhaps it falls to me to meditate further upon the matter. In any event, pray leave me to my cogitations. Cogitations? Cogitation? I think it's cogitations. Like cognitive. Language is full of rules that break themselves all the time. At least the language that I'm used to. How curious, an unfamiliar corporeal life form calls out to me as I wait in vain for the inevitable coming of the end. This is indeed the chance of a lifetime, mayhap of many lifetimes. And so I pose to you this question. Tell me, traveler, what is the true nature of life and the universe? An eternal adventure, a deep forest where predators lurk. 42! Hey, speaking of Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy, it's the joke. Well, not really a joke, it's the reference. The reference. Sucro doesn't know what Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy is. Douglas Adams doesn't exist in Eorzea, probably. Sucro does like math though. I'm curious to know what the response to this is. So, 42? Why, precisely, that is the very conclusion I arrived at myself.
How heartening and surprising, I dare say, to meet one as enlightened as myself.
Okay, that's funny.
The end of our universe is inevitable, their actions entirely devoid of meaning. This is the one and only truth of existence.
No. I have no idea why Sucra would respond to that with 42. Unless she has meme brain, and she read the Eorzean equivalent, or the Etherian. Do we have a word for Aetherius that's like Etherian? Equivalent of Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy? Maybe that does have an equivalent of some sort. And Sucro just has meme brain and also reads every book, so you know.
Did you encounter my acquaintances? I can only hope they derive the same sense of stimulation from conversing with you as I myself did.
Etherite? That'd be funny.
Or if so, we may yet discover a means to obtain the moratorium known as death. Until that time, should you ever be in the mood for a discussion on the profound and inevitable meaninglessness of the universe, we will be here waiting. As always, waiting.
Great. That's depressing. Let's talk to funny robots instead. Time for the funny robot voice instead. Combat evolved. Hey, this one does have a... Are you sure there's no continuations? Because this one has a picture. Initiating communication. This unit requests your participation in an Omicron combat simulation. That is true. That is a good point that you've just made. Questioning head tilt. 98.8% of the past 12,359 sessions have produced the exact same result. Thus, an unknown quantity such as yourself is required. An Omicron aggressor is positioned outside the base. Someone is dancing from an Omicron guard, according to my chat log. This unit has instructed said opponent to record all combat session data. You may initiate your assault when your preparations are complete.
If I break it, won't that be a problem for the records?
Uncertainty detected. Reviewing previous transmission. Verbal analysis suggests this unit has omitted crucial information regarding the current mission. This unit begs your pardon. Once you have nearly destroyed the aggressor, you are requested to activate this device, which will automatically transfer combat data to a convenient portable format. Initiating handover protocol. Sending coordinates. For the transmission you have just received, the opponent is located on the plane of frame extending from this base. Reconfiguring emotional state to grateful. This unit thanks you for your cooperation. This is also a fun voice to do. Use the level checker mini. That's cute. Okay, we need Boaster again. Oh yeah, that is an interesting way to look at it. The Reaper and Dark Knight and stuff. I like that description of staring death in the face and using it constructively. That's an interesting way to think of it. So, did Omicrons eventually conclude that hexagons are the optimal shape? What led them to this conclusion? Beasts have also discovered this, that's true. So is this weaken as in, okay, yeah, it's weaken as in get to 1 HP. Okay, bye. Guess you're gonna stay there. Oop. It's actually structurally this... Huh. You know, fair enough. Reviewing received transmission. Analysis suggests the aggressor is no longer operational. Requesting return of previously provided recording device. A device containing data from your fight against the Omicron aggressor. For some reason, the screen reads level 90 and its speakers are emitting a jaunty tune. But I'm level 87. I don't know what you're talking about. I get the joke, but still. Extraction of combat data complete. Analyzing. Oh, the void music here. Quality of data greatly exceeds expected values in all previous records. Reconfiguring emotional state to impressed. The data suggests you summon significant levels of ether in order to defeat the aggressor. This unit will submit a request to the logistics matrix for the augmentation of protective apparatus. Searching database for situationally appropriate axiom. Only through combat can we improve ourselves. The absence of new challenge results in stagnation. Records indicate this base has not encountered new threats in a considerable amount of time. This unit sees potential value in enduring more attacks more frequently, though its Discord prevention module is buzzing in a most irritating fashion. Reconfiguring emotional state to grateful. This unit appreciates your cooperation with the collection of combat data. Analysis suggests it will prove invaluable to the further development of base Omicron. Sucro accidentally make robot more powerful. Maybe. Alright, last ether current quest of Endwalker, here we go. Learn to love. Assistance requested. This unit has observed a curious phenomenon in which certain members of enemy factions have exhibited a marked increase in their combat capabilities. Analysis suggests that members share unique interest-specific bonds with others in their faction. These individuals were conferred titles such as consort and family. This unit detected no difference in physiology that would provide notable advantages in combat, yet the presence of interest-specific bonds alone led to an increase in performance. Records indicate that one member of a bond group exhibits this exponential improvement when others are eliminated. Potential benefits of such augmentation are projected to be immense. Thus, this unit's query: are you familiar with the aforementioned phenomenon? Nod. This is fortunate, as this unit has constructed a consort for research purposes. You are asked to delineate the method by which this unit might form an interest-specific bond with said consort. Requesting standby at present coordinates. Initiating consort retrieval. Oh dear. This is gonna be a potentially weird one, isn't it? Incoming Endwalker comedy music in 3, 2, 1. No, actually. Activating introduction. This unit presents the aforementioned consort. At present, its capabilities are comparable to subordinate patrol units. How should we proceed? You can give it a pet name. You need to grow closer. You gotta be, closer, I guess? I'm no expert at this. Synonyms detected. Initiating semantic review. Closer, 1. Suggest obtaining a nearer physical proximity to the target than at present. This unit will now move toward the consort in an attempt to develop the desired interest-specific bond. Visual analysis at this range reveals a dent in the target's frame. Estimated impact on functionality inconsequential. This unit requests confirmation that such discoveries will result in improved performance. No, not really. Cross-referencing gesture database. Implication identified as doubtful. Issuing new proposal to refer to the Omicron as my beloved. simulating the way in which a member of an enemy faction referred to its bondmate. Appellation change confirmed. New designation, my beloved. Reconfiguring emotional status to grateful. This unit appreciates your assistance in facilitating the creation of a special bond with my beloved. Initiating phase 2 of experiment. Running to school with toast in your mouth. Error. Orifice equivalent to mouth not detected on frame. Knowledge of substance known as toast not found. Cross-referencing database. Toast suggests verb of frying with laser. Require clarification. Anyway. Questioning head tilt. This unit will evaluate whether the destruction of my beloved bears a positive impact on this unit's combat capabilities. Transmitting self-destruct command to my beloved. Distant explosion. This is concerning. Analyzing unit status. No changes in functionality detected. Possibility of transmission failure estimated at 78%. This unit asks that you confirm that my beloved has successfully executed the self-destruct command. Retrieval of remains also requested. I thought this would be silly, but it's actually kind of concerning. Incidentally, one of the Studium quests for gatherers is also very related to a romance, which, first of all, it's a romance between a teacher and student, which is like an odd, well, that's a little concerning. It's sort of odd power dynamics wise, and I don't really like it. But also, like, Sucro has no interest in such things as romance. So it's weird that, like, the quest is making her be a matchmaker. I don't like that one. That's just, like, my opinion, though. The other Studium quest that I've started doing is... Yeah, they do seem to be, like, of similar age. But I don't like it. But also, the other Studium quest that I've started doing for carpentry is just like, some guy really, really wants to look at space because of his friend, or partially because of his friend, and it's funny, it was funny to have gone from the emotionally moving Facet Carpenter questline to, I really want to look at space. But, like, there's more to it than that, but I don't know the whole story yet. Requesting retrieval of my beloved. Potential for reconstruction and further experimentation remains high. What remains of the Omicron's consort after it self-destructed? This is... Self-destruct confirmed successful. Sadly, experiment confirmed unsuccessful. Analysis of this unit's parameters shows no change in functionality. This unit will consider executing a family simulation after reconsulting enemy faction data, but based on the results of the consort simulation, termination of research may be advisable. Reconfiguring emotional state from disappointed to grateful. This unit thanks you once more for your cooperation. Your proposed methodology may be implemented in future experiments. Freebird, Ultima Thule, Frequent Flyer 4. Yep. We now have flight in all Endwalker areas. And like I said, there are some ideas that I have. Idea 1, which I neglected to do in Elpis. Let's look at these places that we couldn't get to before we could fly here. What the heck is all this stuff? Hello, Boss Arena. The Lost Hydraulic. Well, this is clearly where a Super Fate boss appears. Kai. Yeah, that makes sense. It's funny that there's not one but two extremely square Fate platforms that I've seen. But yeah. What's this? It's an island with no name, evidently. Something else probably happens here. But yeah, let's like... We've got all of the ether currents and stuff now. Let's just have a chill exploration of the Endwalker areas featuring flight. Why don't we? Let's see what it looks like when we fly around and look at these places from different angles and stuff like that. Okay, there is an invisible floor here. That's fair. They didn't want me to see the underside of the weird geyser. That's fine. There's a couple other places we can map out. I'm gonna use the unicorn instead. Because this way we don't have an engine sound. And flight speed should be the same even if I don't have the mount speed increase. Can I jump around on the ship? Yes. This counts as terrain. Good. Huh. I mean, maybe. The ether geysers could be part of it. It's unclear if those are representative of the Dragon Star as it once was, or if they are an Ultima Thule feature. So these are like locations I could have. Yeah, the original the astrologian quests are related to cool engine. The astrologian quests are related to like the constellations and whatnot. The constellations have an extremely draw the rest of the owl energy in this game. Like, I just did the level 50 Astrologian quest, and the spear is, as you might expect, like a line of stars. But then it also includes the entirety of Halone, like, holding the spear as a javelin to throw below it, which is represented by absolutely 0 stars. There are no actual stars making up the part of the constellation that is Halone. And like, that's an artistic fancy representation of what the constellation is meant to be. Yeah, the Fury is implied is, I guess, a way to put it as well. But it's funny to me because it just makes me think of the draw the rest of the owl meme. Or I think it's an owl. Draw the rest of the whatever, you know. So we've mapped everything in Ultima Thule. There's a lot of mysteriously empty islands. Seems. Also, just looking at this place from high above more freely is pretty powerful too. And yeah, I guess constellations are just like that, but at the same time, it is funny. Oh yeah, the egg. Yo, you got... Wait. Oh, that's like weird grass on this roof. Egg. Egg.
Leg.
There's someone idling here doing the prayer with a starbird next to them. Egg? Seems ill-advised to do this. Perhaps. Leg is correct, by the way. I was in fact thinking of the seal. The horse is not impressed. Oh, looking at this from above is cool too. Whoa,
Fin
jeez.
will be leg.
Fin will be leg. Is that also something this seal says? Looking down at this from, whoa, the camera, sorry. Like, I know that I was advised to look down at one point, but good grief. Now that we truly have free flight and can just sort of take in what we're looking at here. First of all, it's very bright. Not what the seal says, okay. I would also like to go to Elpis and look around, since I did not do that properly. And there's places I haven't mapped over here. I wonder which one of these will be a funny square that we fight a boss on. From the end to the beginning, that's right. Oh. I didn't know blackout poetry was the name of a thing that was done. Fin will be like is pretty funny. What's this over here? Well, it's the last thing I haven't mapped, apparently. This also looks like a place where something special happens. Hmm. Eh? Apple. The mysterious apple offering zone. Oh, you're a chime? Dang. That's pretty good. That's really good. I had somehow not heard that blackout poetry was a name for that sort of thing. I've seen stuff of that sort before, but I didn't know that there was a way to refer to it. God. Endwalker zones are really freaking good and cool to look at, by the way. Like, just look at this from up here. And Dawn Trail zones are gonna be great, too. Dang. Dang and heck. This game is pretty, and it's gonna get prettier, which is impressive. I can't wait for Sucro in even more HD. I've already had Sucro in HD a little bit when I upgraded my computer and could turn the graphics settings all the way up for the first time. Like Sucro in Extreme HD Remake is an exciting prospect. With 2 die channels on gear? That's some crazy shenanigans. There's the giant corn. Courtesy of Jerry. Is that like the single giant corn? I know it's not a corn, but it's... No, it's not the single one. There's another one somewhere else. This is an uncommon plant around here. Oh, hey. Also, I think it'd be very funny if you could find Hythlodaeus and Hades and Hermes, and they're like, who are you? But I somehow doubt they're around. I just have a hunch that they are not present. Can I land up here? Yay! Yeah! It's fun that there's all these places that you have no reason to land at and can't get to without flight that are actually ground. Because like in the Realm Reborn zones, there's plenty of places you couldn't get to without flight that they didn't give collision when they added flight to them. Which, like, it makes sense. There's no reason for them to add collision to those retroactively. Like, they added flight to those retroactively, and that's, like... I'm very grateful for it. They didn't, like, redesign things that much to allow for the flight. So, like, seeing things in the future that you are allowed to land on just because is fun. You cannot land on whatever... You cannot land in the terrible plant, which is probably for the best. I feel like interacting with Hades anymore would be dangerous for the timeline. And here's where we chased Meteon around and things were really sad. Yay! Oh, that reminds me. You mentioning that reminds me of something very specific. So in the Elder Scrolls Online, they added a roguelite mode, basically, and you have 3 lives in it. And something I think is very funny and smart is that if you lose a life in the roguelite mode, the Endless Archive as it's called, the message for losing a life is a thread. The lives are called thread, or threads, and the message for losing a life in the Endless Archive is a thread of fate has been severed. And in the Elder Scrolls games, when you kill an important NPC and can't proceed in the story anymore, the classic message is a thread of prophecy has been severed, etc., etc. Continue. Reload a saver, persist in the doomed world you've created, etc., etc. And it's so funny and clever that they used a thread of fate has been severed for that. I thought that was really good. Man, this game is pretty. I agree with that statement. Can I land here? No, that's fine. I can do this. This is the car wash. This is the ancient car wash of Elpis for your horse. Horse cleaned. And the one other thing I want to look at that we can sort of end on, I suppose. I haven't shown any of the Island Sanctuary on camera. And I've been playing with it. I've been playing that part of the game. I mean, doing stuff there. Like, I'm not super far in, but I'm like, there's stuff to look at, and it's cool. Let's look at the Island Sanctuary in the mysterious land of, huh? Oh, it's raining. Welcome to Island Sanctuary. This is also a great piece of evidence that the game is pretty. So if you're not familiar with the Island Sanctuary, there's this whole, it's like a whole bunch of stuff. You can gather stuff, you can plant stuff, you can interact with animal, you can place minions around. You can place up to 40 minions on your island, and I have placed as many as possible. Here's the beach crew of various crabs and one otter and an axolotl. An adventurous ambystoma, if you will. There's like a limited amount of customization with the island, like where you can choose to place things and stuff. Yep. Every single minion has a unique line of dialogue for the island. Some of them are very funny or clever. Most of the minions I have on the island aren't ones with particularly clever or funny lines because they're mostly like actual animals and stuff. Animus here. Animus says my power is growing, which is vaguely concerning. You can also place outdoor furniture like the ultimate kettle nexus. Finally, I could put it somewhere. And the barbecue spit. A tiny rat is over there saying its line of dialogue, squeak. Very exciting line of dialogue from the rat. If I had to make a complaint, it would be that the outdoor furniture that can be activated needs to be toggled on every time. How's my workshop doing? Good, it turns out. I think I scheduled the next... Yeah, I've already got everything scheduled for, like, the next day. And I don't think I have any foraging to pick up, no. I mean, I guess. So... with outdoor furniture, you can also just, you like make a glamour of it and then can place as many as you want. So I've got like carbuncle topiaries and pinwheels everywhere because that's some stuff that I had. Topiary carbuncle is very strong. A very powerful object. You can like upgrade facilities and stuff as you go. So I've got some level 2 and level 3 workshops and things, and I guess tangible glamours, yeah. I guess my other criticism with the island sanctuary is that the NPCs are weirdly rude. Sometimes. I guess not right now, but like I guess they thought it was funny or something. There's approximately like one quote-unquote major character mammoth of Island Sanctuary that is more polite. I've seen some comments on how this is like industrializing and nature this much seems kind of gross, maybe, also. And like I haven't progressed the island all the way, but at the same time, like, this is the part that you industrialize, and then the rest of it seems untouched. I mean, you gather from it, but, like, respectfully? The Realm Reborn tone is the major reason you can't recommend this game to anyone. I mean, at least it is fairly isolated in where that tone is. This game definitely has it's definitely rough to get past the beginning of this game. It's not everywhere, like, but I see what you mean. This game is weirdly rude sometimes in like a way that's supposed to be funny, but it gets tiresome or like not fun to witness. There's some of that in the island, there's some of that in Realm Reborn, but like a lot of the island is just the gameplay of it, so I guess it's mostly fine in that case. Maybe. Also, we have this over here. This Moai statue dual wielding, because that's what I do when I have outdoor furniture access, apparently. Final boss, yeah. Maybe even the secret boss. But like, so far I really like the Island Sanctuary as like gameplay stuff, at least. The creature comforter over here is the single mammoth on the island that is polite. Are you having a nice day, friend? I hope you're having a nice day. As for me, it's been peaceful here in the pasture. Sometimes I enjoy watching the produce producer tend to the crops yonder, humming to itself as it does. Do you think it watches us too sometimes? Compare... Oh, there's crops to harvest. Compare... Say, do you ever feel like you're being watched? I can't seem to shake sensation lately. Oh wait, no, this is jokes instead of rude. If you ever try to expand the pasture, the produce producer is like, you're gonna make me do work again, aren't you? He's very grumpy about it. I forgot I made 1 million wheat here. I'm glad that at least the tone of the game in general seems to be tending more towards like genuine and like not rude later. At least I think so. I'm gonna make more wheat. I'm gonna grow so much wheat that I don't know why I'm doing it. It's bread. It's bread time for everyone. But at least the game seems to be... Yeah. I was feeling uncertain of what I was saying, but yeah. I feel like... Oh yeah, like, so that's the... This is the area where you grow stuff. This is the area where there's animals that you capture. I guess it is kind of arguably a little unfortunate that you have to go like capture a bunch of animals and stuff, but shrug, I guess. Video game? I don't know. Also, by the way, this song playing right now is like the most Sucro song on the soundtrack, I've decided. This is a Sucro theme song if I've ever heard one. So there's more facilities over here. Sucro's lighting more fires. There's also landmarks, like this treehouse that you can make. I don't know if there's more than 3 landmarks, because I only have access to those 3. This is the, once I level up the sanctuary more, this is where I'll be able to expand, I guess, to this area. Oh, you can, I guess you can sort of see where future island expansions will go. So like this area will open up. And there might be something over here. Maybe there. But it seems like most of the island is to be left alone. Like in a fairly respectful manner, at least. Here's the bathhouse that you can make. Which I put the capybara next to because of course I did. Here's the shrine. The shrine of Bunkle that I made. This is important. What's the... Okay, it's just /respect. Pay respects to the Shrine of Carbuncle. It's over there, I guess. The Paisa thread puller says visible confusion. Ow. And I can relate to that, I guess. Here's the third landmark, the windmill. The windmill upsets me. Let me tell you why. There's this whole part of the structure up there that looks like it'd be fun to clamber on, or clamber about upon, with the stairs and like the deck. But if you go inside, the only way up is a ladder, and those aren't real in this game. I cannot clamber. This makes me irate. I am peeved. Presumably once I unlock flight at rank 10, I will be able to fly up there. But also, when I approach the landmark, I get stuck with the hoofing it status. These landmarks are ostensibly for the mammoths and like making them happier, so maybe I'm not supposed to be able to clamber. That could be the quixotic part. That's true. Ow. I don't actually honestly remember the actual definition of quixotic, though that is called the quixotic windmill. As for the rest of the island, that I cannot explore all of it yet. But I feel like this is more good evidence of this game is pretty. Just look at Island. Does it literally just mean that? That's funny. Behold Island. Observe that it is pretty to look at. There are many funny birds abound. That's not how grammar works. Ah. Yeah, that makes sense. Sucro might occasionally be prone to quixotic behavior, though not the romantic part. Look at this dang place. It's nice to look at and run around on this place, I think. Having flight here will be fun when I get there. I've launched the horse into the ocean. Speaking of the ocean, there's also the underwater portion. There's a few places I don't have access to yet that I think I probably need flight for. You can see the unmarked portions on the map. But yeah, the island is very pretty. Also, there's gonna be some cool fashion here eventually. There's one set of fashion here that I'm not particularly interested in, personally. But eventually you can get, like, steampunk stuff, for some reason. And I think the steampunk, like, shirt would be very good to have. Anyway. There's a bunch of other rewards and stuff too, eventually. Anyway, this has been Final Fantasy XIV. I'm glad I was able to stream. It's been a bit. But we did a lot today. We got all the ether currents in Endwalker. We unlocked the Omicron and the loporrit quests. We saw one of the optional dungeons added in 6.0. So that means that... Let me just adjust my list here. Next time is probably the other optional dungeon, the role quests epilogue, some other side quests that may be of interest. And then we actually start doing other stuff, I guess. We found all the scions already. Yeah. Maybe we'll even start Pandemonium, I don't know. That's the next thing on the list after the side quests and whatnot. And then after Pandemonium 6.1. Thank you all for watching. Sucro will take a nap now. She deserves it. She's left all the fires burning, but I'm sure it'll be fine. And yeah. I appreciate all of you being around. If you're interested in any links to the various places that I always advertise, for some reason, boyolrobin.cardwith2rs.co. Following and subscribing also helpful if you haven't. But don't worry too much about any of that. And on all of those notes, well, I'll see you when the next stream is, whenever that may be. Possibly tomorrow? Tomorrow would be the next quote-unquote scheduled one, but I've been in a particularly unknowable state recently, so it's more of a see what happens when it happens kind of thing than a schedule right now. All that said, have a good rest of your day and or night. I will see you next stream. Good night, everyone.